Hey, good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? Welcome to Saturday. I hope you're all having a great day so far. Well, my day's been busy. I've already had my second COVID jab this morning, so my arm's a little bit sore. Let's hope that it doesn't mess up this 10-hour flight of ours ahead of us. We've got some people in the game already. Dangerous Brian's here. Hey, Dangerous Brian. My jab went fine. It was all like clockwork as always. Cybernetics is here with a change of name. Um, I can't remember what it was. Wasn't it cybernetic last time or something similar? Stairways to Bacon. Hey, I hope you're having a good day. eBack 1969 8 is here. I've seen you on ground as well. Steve Solo. Hey, Steve. Thanks very much. That's right. Okay. Yeah. So it was very similar. Hey, Jefferson 2001. The legend himself is in the game. Well, I'm still misspelling job. Yeah, no, COVID jab. So it's my second one today. So there's like 12 weeks between them. So I had my first one in February and my second one today. So a couple of weeks time, and I should have a little bit more confidence going around out and about. So it's quite good. I'm looking forward to that. So today, Assab in Eritrea, all the way over to Karachi. Oh, Captain Biscuit, thank you for the follow. I hope you're very well. Green Samoa 1, good afternoon to you too. Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever everyone is in the world today. Goblin Zeus is here too. Hello, Goblin. How are you doing? We're going to be flying some 1,700 nautical miles from Assab on the Red Sea coast in Eritrea, all round the coastline of Saudi Arabia, all the way over to Karachi via Gwadar. You should be able to fly the Seneca. I do have the Seneca, so it should be okay. As long as you've only got default liveries, we should be good. We should be good indeed. So today's route, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to fly from Assab straight out, cut across the Bab al-Madras Strait, curve around the corner of Aden, and head all the way around the coast over towards Karachi. Back in the day, Karachi was in India, so we named it as India today, but obviously I've said it's now known as Pakistan. So yes, she wasn't allowed to fly directly cut across Saudi Arabia, because basically they wouldn't let foreigners fly over their country. They did relent and gave permission to land at Aden and then permission to fly from there to Karachi. So they then decided that they would sort of route round to Gwadar, which is up on the Persian Gulf in Balochistan. And but they were totally stipulated they were not to fly over Arabia itself, but along the edge of the sea. So from Aden, we will fly around the sea coast. Obviously, because the route's not particularly known, I've picked a coastal route. It may be not entirely 100 accurate. Yes, so it totally it was like, well, we don't really want to land there because it's not conducive to landing, but it would be even worse if a woman were to land there. So yeah, so it was either ditch in the sea or land in the in the desert. They did have extra water supplies today, just in case, but they normally didn't carry extras, but they got them. So we've got more people coming in. We've got the sim time will be 0500. I'm going to change it back when I'm at runway 12. So we're going to leave from runway 12 and it's going to be 0500 because it should then be sun starting to come up as we get towards Aden. So that should be really nice then. And that's sort of in line with her flight. I'm hoping that we'll get some really good coastal scenery as we go. I'm starting off with few clouds at the moment. When we get to around Aden, I'll change it to Weather Preset Pro coastal wind, because there was some wind and they did get blown a little bit towards the coast. So we will try and simulate that. No, knowing my luck, it will turn into like an infinite type strength wind and completely destroy my aircraft. So, because I can fly it here as well. I've seen you out on the tarmac. So, That's the flight today. We're obviously at Assab in the dark, and there is a volcano which is over there from where we're parked. This was also rump states that existed, right? It was all Saudi Arabia, no Yemen, Oman, or UAE. Well, not really. So it was all pretty much Saudi Arabia, but Yemen, sorry, the part which is now Yemen was the British held the bottom tip of Aden. So it was the British gave them permission to land there if they needed to, but pretty much it wasn't Yemen or Oman. It was pretty much Saudi Arabia, hence the fact they had to go around the coastline. If it had been Yemen or Oman, maybe, but back in 1937 probably still wouldn't have given her permission to fly over it. So we will be doing that today. Cruise altitude is going to be 8,000 feet as always, and it's going to take us around about 10 hours, give or take. So hopefully you've all got provisions ready, you know, your drinks and your raisins and your cashews to keep yourself occupied and fed as we go. I am still recovering a little bit, so there may be times when I do need to trot around over the back of the aircraft to the little ladies' room, but we'll see how I go. Right then, so first things first, let's get this puppy started. Let's get the beacon light on anyway, get some battery light on so I can get some nice lights in my aircraft. And we will put the mixture full. We will put the propeller to full. And then we will crack the throttle a little bit. And we will clip up. Get ourselves started up. Hey, Kian. 17 days to the Eurovision. Are you going to be sort of doing are we going to do a watch party on Discord? Because you can do watch parties now, and you could like be our host and give us like you could talk through it. Right, so let's get the buses on. Yeah, absolutely, especially today with what's going on in Yemen. A watch party, it means where you host a channel on Discord and we all come in and we all watch the Eurovision Song Contest, and you can give a commentary. Talk to you sometime before the event, see if we can sort something out, because I think that would be quite fun to see your excitement for the Eurovision, to hear about it as it goes along. Let's get the taxi lights on, nav lights on. Just make sure I'm going to change my time just a little bit because I've yatted on for a little bit. Let's take this down to about 5 o'clock. So 5 a.m. And just make sure, I was poodling around in here first, make sure I've just got nice and everything is full. Good. Hey Katie, good afternoon to you. I hope you're well, love. Right, so I need to go turn to the left here to find the oh, and there's Ebach. And there's Steve. Oh, Steve Solo's here early. There's Druid Zeus and Kazaki over there. So I'm looking for the taxiway line. There is one that takes us to the runway, I'm sure of it. If not, I'll have to ramble over the grass. I'm sure there was one when we came in last week. Whoops, just gone past it. I think the runway's this way. It's not very clear, is it? Oh, there it is. And the runway's in pitch black, I'm afraid. There's no lights on the runway. There is at least a boundary. And we've got some people up there already. Nice. I won't have my strobes on just yet so I don't blind anybody. Samsung Video. Saki Flyers up there. Should be keeping it a little bit slower, but Just get down there. As there's a few of us here today, but we will get straight on our way because it's a long old flight. And it's going to be past midnight before we finish, unless we get a nice tailwind behind us. But I doubt it. I doubt we'll have a tailwind. So the sim date is 15th of June. I thought I'd set the weather temperature a little bit hotter than that, but we'll change it on the way. Okay, coming towards the end of the runway now. Let's get ourselves nice and lined up. Here comes Dangerous Brian. Let's put the parking brake on for a moment. There's Druid Zeus, evac. And now I'm just going to quick just make sure I'm all good. Set myself up to 8,000. I will be a good girl and put my transponder, even though it wasn't in on the day. We shouldn't need one notch of flash, but we'll put those in. So okay, let's put the landing lights on, tax lights can come off, strobe lights can now come on. Just do another quick check of my controls. Okay. Right then. Let us away. So. Start the rollout. My rudder's are still very, very, very weird. Okay, there comes 80. Start rotating. Gently on the brakes. Positive rate. Gear up. Over 300 feet now. Then come up. Let's trim that nose up. Slightly turning onto course. Everyone's getting up now. Oh, thank you, Katie. That's really kind of you. So, landing lights come off. ourselves some. Let's pull the manifold just a little bit back so we're not just blowing the hell out of her. It's a bit black outside my screen, so I'm just going to bring the glares down a little bit just to make them nice, and so I've got a bit more visibility. A little bit too bright. Still can't see very much, but I hope we're going to get a nice sunrise tonight. I hope everyone's having a good Saturday and had a good Friday night. It was a bit of a laugh on Murphy's stream last night. Many changes of wiggage. I was using Control and to change course, and the keystrokes got stuck. Yeah, the keyboard constructs are always a little bit weird. What plane were you in, Katie? Let's bring this down to about 16 gallons of a climb. So this flight's slightly longer than what we'll need today, so we will have to refuel in air. We can probably get to as close as Gawada without needing a refuel, but we will need one. Okay, 1 gallon on the left till change tank. Still can't quite get my buttons working, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to lean down and twitch my tank till I've tried nearly every button, so I must have a conflict somewhere. See some slightly red tinge in the distance as the sun's starting to come up. Okay, let's start to lean out now. Make sure I'm leaning as I go. Manifold pressure back to 20. Lean out the RPM a little bit, about 230. Yeah, the avionics. There are some buglets in the avionics in Microsoft Flight Sim still. I'm totally vanilla at the moment. I've removed pretty much everything apart from aircraft. And it is a little bit tricksy because the avionics don't quite work as they should. But Caronado was saying that they're trying to bring this GN 750 to all of their aircraft, which would be good if they do. So 45 on the left, changing to right tank. Still climbing 6,200 to 8,000. And we have the Fireflies behind us. Goblin Zeus, Stairway to Bacon, Steve Solo, Kazaki Flyer, Samson Video, Dangerous Brian's here somewhere. EVAC 919698 is there. It's not easy, but it's fairly rudimentary, you know. It can get you from A to B. It can do a departure. It can do an approach. So it can do all of the things. Hey, Super Typhon, how you doing? So we're underway. We've got, at the moment it reckons we've got 14 hours, but then it's because we're still climbing quite sharply. So let's change the, let's make it a little bit less now as we're climbing on 8,000. Oh dear. Did you go zooming off? 8,500 through to 8,000. Leaning still. And we're seeing stars, yeah. Someone is above me, I can see there. It's dark, yeah. It's quite hard to navigate when it's dark, but yeah. Hopefully when we get to Aden, it'll start to lighten up and we'll be able to get some nice view of the coast and everything. Okay, so temperature is wrong. How do I change the temperature? It's about 35 degrees when they took off. That'll do. And it was June 15th. Ah, there's Dangerous Brian down there, I see you now. Isn't it brilliant though, Goblin? Hello Idge, Cat Battage, the Legend Idge himself. How you doing, my friend? I hope you've had a great week. Who's saying it's stuttery? Oh, I'm sorry, Kazaki. Are you suffering from stutters? Well, you see, that's what I was really hoping for. You know, would it be lovely if you could have historical weather, that you could go back to times and fly those things? Because I've had to try and work some of this out, and it's not ideal because not all of the weather charts exist still. So I have to go from the pictures to see what clothes they were wearing, or read in the diaries to see if she says it was, you know, stormy, or it was cloudy, or it was sunny, or whatever. Plane go wee. Whoa. Samson Video, thank you for the follow. That's really lovely of you. Thank you. So, oh, now I can turn her down. I'm going way too fast. So let's get that manifold pressure to around 20, 21. And bring this back now. We want to bring this back to 220. Get us in an economy cruise and try and eke out as much as we can of the fuel before we have to do the in-fuel reflight. So evac, I got my preset from Orbex. No, I'm good at the moment, thanks, Ferrybot. Yeah, it's actually really cheap, and they're really nice. Obviously, this is an in-game one at the moment. This is Few Clouds in-game. Hey Moaz, how you doing? Lovely to see you. We'll change to coastal wind when we get around Aden, and we'll keep it at coastal winds until we fly over Gwadar in the Bukistan Peninsula. But that's some time off. So 9 hours 36 estimated time en route. And we say goodbye to still kicking, so okay. So, well, still cooking is good, Moaz. So there's a goodbye to Africa. We're now on our way to the next continent via the Arabia's coast, and we're headed towards India. Well, back in 1937 it was India. Later became Pakistan when we land in So yeah, weather pre. So it's So Flies Weather Preset Pro. Oh, I bet helicopters are a thing. Yeah, it's helicopters are a real handful. Oh, I wish I could have my electrolivery as the sun come up. That would be something. How pitch black it is behind us. I probably do have it. I think some people are flying a Seneca. I think someone's flying a Seneca. But I also have the Seneca, so. Double turbo. Yeah, it's really cheap, and it's had quite a couple of updates since. When they introduced the world update for UK, they added a whole load of special UK only weathers presets. So I'm hoping that as time goes on, they will introduce more dedicated presets for different regions of the world. I think that would be insanely good. So that's the coast coming up over there now. Sort of between Kudam and Dubab. We're flying across the Bab al-Mandab Strait, headed towards Aden, which back in 1937 was British territory. And then from Aden we'll follow the coast down all the way across the coast. We will go inland just a little bit, but mainly skipping the coast. I tried to simulate being blown inland a little bit, which she talked about in her diaries, but they didn't go far in. Okay, 46 gallons on the right, 45 on the left, getting ready to change tanks. Get down to 1400, then I can at least bring that to see if I can sneak that down to 220 without it dribbling into 220. 1990. There we go. So while we're doing that, let's tidy up the course, make sure we're all lined up with where we want to go to 93 degrees. That'll do. Change back to heading just in case. Okay, so oil pressure's a little bit high, it'll come down. Oil temperature a little bit high, that will come down now. And I knew you were going to sneak into 1399. Try and keep you at that. I shall twiddle as I go. Yeah. Do you know what? It's the Seneca is actually more akin to the Mooney. It's certainly equal in terms of speed. Is Stairway to Bacon blinking? So the Seneca's very nice indeed. You don't. So Stairway to Bacon, it looks like some people don't have the Seneca, so you might be causing some lags. Basically, they can see your nameplate flashing, but not your aircraft. Microsoft, if you're listening, can you please fix this? That's not a Windows issue. This is a game issue. The game needs to be able to play multiplayer, and put a generic aircraft out. Because there's not even a patch next week, is there? The patch is not until when? And then it's not a sim patch. Thank you, Stairway to Bacon. I'm so sorry. It's a blooming nuisance. Right, 45 on the right. Change to left tanks. Stairway to Bacon is a pretty epic name, I have to confess. As we see the sun starting to come up. We're now over the coast of what is Yemen. As we head towards Assab. Nine hours, 26 to go. Oh, it's thank you, Gordon. That's really kind of you. Thank you. We've got quite some time to go now. Oh, I bet, Gordon. I mean, the colours this sim generates for sunrises is just incredible. Come on. Let's be less picky as well. Yeah, so I'm on a slightly different course because they didn't circle navigation this one because of the fact that Arabia wouldn't let them fly across their land. So I'm flying as this one's not. I wouldn't say this is 100% accurate. This leg, she did fly across Bab al Mandab. And they did go over Aden just in case they needed to land there, and then they skirted the coast of Arabia. So I've tried to do that as so that we've got the coast in the distance, and try not make it super long. It's more of a recreation today. Because it's June. It might not be. We might get there around about 6 o'clock in the evening. But you never know. We might start to see the evening coming in. I did update my BIOS, but mine's slightly different to yours. I'm now on 33 India. So my board's slightly older, so I've got my BIOSes are one step ahead of yours. I went from F33H to F33I. Sorry, F33J to F33I. So I was already on J. Yes, I've set the date to June. Because the sim does react to the time. So if you change the time, you know, early in the morning, and you change it to June, you'll see that the sun rises earlier. So I'm hoping that we'll get a nice sunrise. But yes, I did, Brian. Mainly because of the fix to the USB problem. because it actually says fixes, doesn't say improves. Yeah, what did you get, Brian? Hey, Dougal. How are you doing, my friend? I hope you're doing okay. And no problem at all. We're here. We're here all day. So we're here for another at least 9 hours 21 before we get to Karachi. So we've got a long way to go. Nearest airfield to us at the moment, Dougal, is probably going to be... oh, crikey. The nearest in sort of real time is Oscar Yankee Alpha Alpha Aden International, but that's a little bit ahead of us. It's probably closer than Assab and closer than Oscar Yankee Tango Zulu. Is there any more? Is that? No, there's not many. So I would go to Aden International, Oscar Yankee Alpha Alpha. But we're not there yet. We're coming towards that. HyperX Fury 3600. Yeah, it's the same as I've got, Brian. And I checked your motherboard and it's on the recommended list. But the trouble is you have to be so careful with RAM. Oh, I'd only say this, Dougal, if you're in the Seneca, not everyone who's flying with us today has it. And it does stutter people. I have it, but other people are stuttering when they don't have it. But the Seneca is very, very nice. I like it a lot. If the Seneca had been out before I'd started this flight, I might have flown the Seneca because it's twin-engined. So this track is obviously from Epidemic Sounds, Goblin, and it's currently called "Approaching the Middle East" on the album Sight and Wonders. So yeah, other people will have certainly Murphy would have used it. Oh, the bumpy journey. Hey, Seamus. How you doing, my friend? Yeah. Oh, that server is North Europe, Dougal. So Guardian, yeah, it's on Epidemic Sound. Yeah, I would have probably flown the Seneca just because it's twin engine and has the same power, really. Fly higher than the Mooney, but it would have been nice. But the Mooney did do the 80th anniversary, so we're still keeping. So 44 on the left, 45 on the right. 4 gallons till change tank. So hey, Rad Pilot Randy, how you doing? Yeah, but I have to do that anyway, don't I, Super Typhon? I mean, this what, you know, she's got 95 gallons. The Seneca at least has a little bit more fuel capacity, not by much, but you know, 15-20 gallons is a difference. I still have to refuel on 3 legs, so this is the second one I'll have to refuel on. The longest one, obviously, I'll probably need to do it, yeah, definitely twice, because it's 2,555 miles, that one. So that one's going to sort of eke over most of a Saturday into Sunday. So that's going to be a long old day and a bit. Yeah, I was just thinking, yeah, because obviously with the the twin Wasps that the Electra had, it would have been quite nice. You know, twin engines to simulate some of you know, flying a twin engine aircraft would have been nice. But I'm cool with the Mooney, you know. No worries, Rad Pilot Randy. I know that these flights are quite long. Well, no, as I'm hoping that they will bring out an Electra into the sim, and then I will definitely have to do it over again and do it the hard way. Obviously, yeah, streaming and flying and using the autopilot's not quite the same. I know, right? Oh, but the Moon is a lovely aircraft, Dougal. It's such a beauty, an absolute beauty. And it's just so nice to fly. It handles lovely. You know, it's responsive. You can get out of trouble when you need to. She just wants to zoom. Hope so. Hope so. I mean, I want to do a few more sort of recreation flights, and I'm hoping later in the year when they bring the Vega 5B out, I can do all of the Vega 5B flights that she did. Wouldn't it be nice to have someone put the tanks in it? I have reached out to the manufacturers who sim aircraft makers to say, are you going to put an Electra in the game? And most of them have said, none of them have said no, but they've said never say never. So they basically no plans at the moment, but never say never. I'd like to put it in there. It, you know, is an iconic aircraft. First all metal skinned aircraft. One of the first to be commercially acceptable for commercial flights in America after the twin engine rule was brought in. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Wing 42 are working on the Vega 5B, and they were the ones that worked on the Blériot, and they have done it for P3D, and in P3D the physics in that aircraft that they put in is amazing. You know, yes, definitely Kazaki, and they're starting to make differences now. You know, if you look out here, we've got the, obviously on the Mooney, we do have the static strips, but they don't flap around like the Senecas do. They're pretty much static, whereas they would actually flap around in real life. So they're starting to do it. They're starting to get there. And here we are then. Let's see who's behind us so we can start to see us. So we've got Dangerous Brian, Steve Solo, Dougal, McTavish, David and Bacon, Kazaki Flyer, Samson Video. Oh, someone's behind there. I can't quite see. Oh, that's Druid Zeus, Evac and Catbat 9. Steve Solo's here as we're over land. About to start seeing the sun coming up. Too many planes, too little time. I know, right? I did update the VGP with Solo was updated in the week, and it's the VGP Aerolite Microlight comes with floats and retractable wheels. Oh my god, that's so much fun. I've been bouncing around lakes in it. Flew around the Lake District, skimming over the waters of Windermere, Keswick, Derwent Water and everything. Really nice. Look at these pink marshmallow clouds we have today. .42 left, 45 right. So, Dougal, I'm doing around, I'm just 148, 175 ground. These are Bob Ross clouds. Yeah. I know, isn't it beautiful? I mean, she did so many early starts. Mainly to avoid heat. Can't believe we've crossed Africa and we're now over halfway through the journey. Black Demon, I am very well, thank you, and I hope you are. Hope you're having a great weekend. I'm good, Brian. I'm still on 42. I've got 2 gallons to go and then I'm changing. But thank you for the reminder. Wouldn't he? Look at it. Isn't it pretty? Absolutely, Blackie Demon. Or Black Demon. That demon. I had my second COVID jab today, so I hope I don't. After my first one, after about 6 hours, I got decidedly ropey. The sea is epic with 90 knot winds. I bet, right? It's like when we were flying yesterday. I used live weather over the Canary Islands, and I had to land with a 44 knot crosswind. I nearly died. I got it down, but I nearly... the pedal dancing was unreal at the end. And there's the sun. I can see the first sort of real glimpse of it coming up now. Hey, Scorpio 49. Nope. No problem, Scorpio. Yeah, I hope so. So in sim time we are about 5:39 a.m. Black Diamond, okay. Black Diamond. And it's on the 15th of June we've set it to, and the temperature's around 35.5 degrees. Look at that, we've got some God rays coming through. Fireflies with us. Africa behind us. On our way to India. 233 knots. It's your firewall on fire, Dougal. Isn't it lovely? That's a screenshot right there, ladies and gentlemen. It's in the name, right? Yeah. Beautiful. It would look lovely this sunrise in my Electra livery, but come on, Microsoft, sort it out. I know you watch me from time to time. I'm going to keep my speed consistent, Dougal, so it shouldn't be too terrible. That VGP powered solo though, it's nuts, and because it's got a rigid wing frame, I've done a loop-the-loop and a barrel roll in it, and in VR it's just crazy. I've not bought that one. I haven't bought it yet because I've got the similar one. I've got the VGP power solo and the Aerolite. I prefer the VGP power solo. It's just that much more maneuverable. The Aerolite is accurate, but it's sluggish. I find it sluggish to turn. I don't need anti-ice on. Stop warning me. It's like outside temperature 8,000 feet is 20 degrees. Go away. Nice. Again, it's because it's got a solid wing frame, which is brilliant. Look at it though. There's Dangerous Brian, my wingman's out there now. I think I've got a Steve Solo right behind me. There's a wing wave. I imagine it must be Karachi, but it's dreadful. It's so bad that it even affects different versions of the sim. So if I've got the basic edition and you've got the premium edition and we both sit in Cessnas, I don't have access, for example, to the Steam Gauge one. I know I use Steam Gauge and they're analogs, but I always call them Steam Gauge. You then, if I have to load in the G1000, we now have different aircraft, and therefore we bring stutterage to each other. It's dreadful. I mean, I say it must be easy as someone who's worked in software development for nearly 30 years, because it's so easily reproducible. It should be debuggable. Yeah, we Oh, Tudor Murphy has subscribed. Thank you, my friend, and thank you for the 3 months. That's really kind of you. Thank you. I hope you are having a great Saturday and had good fun last night with lots of wiggage. Canary Islands were cool. Happy Saturday. You've caught us with just over 9 hours to go. Oh, thank you for the follow. You don't. So I should turn the music up and put some Bangra on then, with lots of banging the drums. I hope it's not too sore. You've caught us as we fly towards Aden. We've left Africa behind us. We've got 9 hours and 4 minutes to go. We've got about 30 miles until we get to Aden, and we're just clipping the corner of Arabia. We have a beautiful sunrise ahead of us, having left Assab at 5 o'clock in the morning. We have lovely fluffy Bobros clouds and a beautiful sunrise. Gibbo Island, welcome. I hope you're having a good day, Brian, and I hope your ankle's getting better. I hope you're still not too sore. Fireflies ahoy. Hey Kingsman, how are you doing, my friend? I hope you're doing okay. It's good to see you, joining me on my mad voyage. Thank you, Sperrybot. I do have 1 tank to go. So 1 gallon to go. But I do expect to change tank refuel around about Guarda. Maybe a little bit before then. I'll probably be on fumes by the time we get to Guarda. But it should only need 1 refuel. I'm definitely not too affected. I was on cranberry juice and soft drinks yesterday, so the beer that or the lager that I'm brewing won't be ready until the 11th, so no excuses. I can't get in and drink it. It's pretty desolate out here. So a brief excerpt of what Amelia wrote on this trip. We left Assab early on the morning of the 15th, well before daylight. We cut across a deep indentation of the Eritrean coast and flew an angle across the narrow southern entrance to the Red Sea called Bab al-Mandab to the Arabian shore. That reached, we straightened out over the desolate southeastern tip of Arabia, checking over Aden after the sun was well up, 175 miles on our way. Flying by foreigners over Arabia is not welcome. Finally, their authorities relented. They gave us permission to land at Aden and permission to fly thence to Karachi, possibly stopping first at Gwadar, 350 miles up the coast from the mouth of the Persian Gulf in Baluchistan, close to the Persian border. It was stipulated we were not to fly over Arabia itself, but along the edge of the sea. So, as directed, we held a course along the coast. Sometimes the blue Arabian Sea was below, sometimes the cloud piled alongside us, and for a short briefwards we were pushed inland by the winds. Surely some of the wastelands in the world bordered our route. One could scarcely imagine a more desolate region than that below us. Beyond Ras Al Khaimah, which is on the eastern end of Arabia, facing the Gulf of Oman, we cut toward Gwadar, which we checked over at 5 o'clock. Thence we skirted the southeast coast towards Karachi, arriving at 7:05 a.m. So my route's not 100% accurate, but we are going to be skirting the coast of Saudi Arabia, so hopefully it's close enough. I tried to get it within the mileage of her book, but it was really tricky to try and get it exact because they weren't doing the grand circle stuff. 40:45, changing tanks to right. Okay, so let's have a look at everything now. RPM green, cylinder head temperature green, engine temperature, exhaust gas temperature green, oil pressure green, oil temperature green. Still doing about 147 knots, 175 over the ground. Everything's looking good. Well, I thought I'd give it a go, Katie, because you know, got to try these things. So that's Aden ahead of us. With the wrestling with the bell, right? Wing manage going on out there from Dangerous Brian. Desert below us. Sunrise. Relatively well up. I think we're doing good. It's named after a comics character. So not a comedian had a character called Dangerous Brian. I believe that's who Brian's named after. Well, he does that too. That just makes him dangerous, right? I'm doing okay, thank you, Seamus. Yeah. Doesn't it? Doesn't it, Black Diamond? It's beautiful. Do you know what? I actually didn't notice that you'd mistyped because I took that my brain read desert from your search. I'm a scan reader, so my brain doesn't look for the whole word, so I didn't notice it. I only ever notice people do typos when they go, oh my god, I meant that instead. If you like Mars. Cut my own throat dibbler. Yeah. Yeah. Discworld. What was the other one? Did anyone get the number of the donkey car? Oh, good luck, Moaz. I'm sure you'll have a great time in it. Fantastic aircraft. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're now over Aden, which back in 1937 was British territory. Amelia and Fred did have permission to land here, but they didn't. And now we're going to fly towards the sun for a while and get blinded for hours. 8 hours, 55 minutes to go. 44 on the right, 40 on the left. 4 gallons till change tank. Everything's in the green. Ooh, that's a tough one, Dougal. See, I might have to. I would probably tell them if it were me. I ordered some pinter kits, and I ordered 2 types of pilsners, and then when it came, it was 2 of the same, and I thought, oh well, do you know what? I'll do a long brew on one and a short brew on the other. That's fine. I don't care. And then a few days later, I got another package of the one that was missing. So I had to write to them and say, I'm ever so sorry, but it looks like you've sent me an extra Pilsner by mistake. Can you give me a ring and I'll give you my card number to pay you for the extra one, because we'll keep it. And they just wrote back and said, well, how very honest of you. Totally on us. Therefore, you keep it and you enjoy it. So it does sometimes pay, to be honest. I think it was like, 32 gig of RAM against 64 gig of RAM. It's quite expensive still, right? Ah, now is this scan? Yeah, they mess you about that. Well, obviously I can't tell you what to do. But not live on the stream, anyway. I'll tell you what to do off stream. Yeah, leap on it. Okay, and we're heading out now over the Arabian Sea. Oh, I'm going to try some buttons now. Right, so we're over the coast. Let's have some coastal winds. Whee! Change to that. Change that. Okay, now I've done that, I just need to stabilize everything up. Let's get my heading aligned, so 72, course 72, back to heading, there we go. Yeah, it would be, right? Now I need to change the weather again. So we should have a nice crab, which we can do. There's cat battage 9 out of there over the left. Yeah, I have 64 gig and it's very underutilized, but I'm hoping to do some video production and everything. And so with the Radeon, the 3700X's 16 threads and the extra memory, it should help processing time a little bit. As you all know, I'm saving for a Tesla, so when I get that, I'm going to be doing some Tesla cam, some road trips and stuff. Oh, the sun is bright. I need my aviators on. No, I'm a little bit low. Come on. I'll do this. 43 on the right, 40 on the left. Yes, they definitely look like a volcano near Aden. The one just off the coast, on the peninsula there. Yeah, very much so. I mean, you know, I used to have servers in rack mounts that are nowhere near as powerful as this one. And it's my gaming one. Yeah, and that used to run, you know, tons of websites. Okay, 9 hours 16 to go. So, got some. I've changed some stuff today, just to try some bits and pieces. So, see, we've got the Karachi info sheet, which shows that when she got to Karachi, she loaded with 860 gallons of fuel and 90 gallons of oil, with all the destination information and who to talk to. Mechanics were working on the aircraft at Karachi because it was quite a long flight, so they had quite a bit of work done to the aircraft. And that's to the right hand side of the screen there is Fred Noonan pointing at the engine. They had quite a big refueling team in Karachi. The Stan Oil Company, or Standard Oil Company, had quite a few people, and there's quite a few pictures of them all working around the aircraft. No, not a DC-1. It's an Electra 10E. The first all-metal aircraft. It had 5 refueling points all along the side of the cabin. And that's Fred with Amelia and the refueling carts. Quite a lot of pictures were taken of it being refueled. It had a surfacing in the hangar. And that's Amelia there, sat on the top of the cockpit hatch. She used to climb in the cockpit hatch to get in. It was easier than clambering over the fuel tanks. That's Fred with Standard Oil Company's officials. That's Amelia. She went on a camel ride whilst the plane was being serviced. Obviously it sat on the ground. But she also took part in the servicing, so she's there in her service outfit and sun hat. That's Amelia, Fred and the refueling crew. And there she is on the camel. Another close-up of Amelia and Fred. They looked in quite good, fine fettle. So this is the map of Karachi Airport and all the landing instructions, which we'll read a little bit when we get a little bit closer. But again, you know, at each point she had maps and diagrams, and this is the customs declaration for the provision of maps and printed materials for a nil value. But even though it had no cost, they still had to have a customs declaration for them. No, so Fred was not her husband. He was a hired navigator. He had formerly been a navigator at Pan American Airways, formerly a maritime navigator, then became a pilot in his own right. But for Pan American, basically did a lot of their navigational routes. So he came along and he was the one that was using celestial navigation. There were 2 windows at the back of the aircraft where he would have his sextants and maps, and he would then work out where they were going. Very interesting. But he was not the first choice navigator. Catbat, I'm off to your right, mate. I can see you on my left hand side. I'm a little bit out over the sea. But there you are. I see a catbat. You're closer into the shore than I am. So yeah, Fred was along to do the navigating. 42 on the right, 40 on the left. Oh! How bizarre. Slowly catching up. I'll give it a little while and then I might quickly change servers and come back again, but I'm trying to avoid pressing as many sim buttons as I can. I've had quite a lot of updates on this computer this week, so I am touching lots of bamboo and wood. Oh, thank you for the follow, Lensman 2018. I hope you're having a great Saturday, and thank you for joining us on leg 18 of the Amelia Earhart memorial flight as we're traversing a 10-hour flight from Assab in Eritrea all the way over to Karachi in India, as it was, which is now Pakistan. She wasn't allowed to fly over the land, so we're skirting the coast. And we have 9 hours, 10 minutes to go. So Fred was the one that worked out all of these, the refueling points, and worked out how much fuel was needed to get from location to location. You're very welcome, Dougal. I wasn't using it, so you know I've got the other one still if I need to. It just didn't fit. It never fitted my headset because it's actually really chunky on the sides, so it never clip on. So if you've got use out of it, at least it's being used, not just sat in my drawer. So I'm glad it proved useful for you. I definitely have a personal cloaking device, Clapbat. I'm not a Klingon. Oh yeah, Klingons had one, didn't they? But it was mainly the Romulans that had cloaking. So we're 8,000 feet over the Arabian Sea. The date is the 15th of June, 1937. Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan on the 18th leg of their flight. We're now over halfway. Headed out originally from Oakland. And we're headed towards San Francisco. She was intended to be back in San Francisco on the 4th of June, 1937. That's really weird that no one can see me. When I can see you all. Dangerous Brian there. Ebac. Dougal McTavish in the background. Kazaki Flyer. Stairway to Bacon. Samson Video. Druid Zeus. Goblin Zeus. And Catbat 9 right over there. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, how are we doing? Getting ready to change tanks. So RPM is good, manifold pressure is good, cylinder heat temperature is good considering it's hot outside, exhaust gas temperature is good, oil pressure's come down a bit, and the oil temperature's okay, but it's still hot. Nine hours, 7 minutes to Karachi. Ah, greener cells, huh? Getting ready to change tanks. Oh, the sun is bright. The sun is very bright. Gonna get real sun in my face sometime this afternoon. So remember guys, it's a long old flight today, so do remember to do stretching, move your legs, twist your ankles, you know. Have a drink, have a bite to eat. We have a long way to go. So we're on our way to waypoint 1, which is around here, so we're kind of about here now. Oh, Black Diamond, I bet, isn't it? The SciTech is very good, but against the honeycomb, the honeycomb is brilliant. But it's nice with the solid steel shaft rather than the hollow one, and it doesn't have a detente. So, you know, the full 180 degree deflection is really good. you know, the fact that you can fly the honeycomb with finger and thumb, you know, once you trim it out. Exactly. I mean, mine's still here. It's down there under my desk. I'm hoping that... Oh, I've still got a mask on. Look, it makes me look like a bloody priest. I didn't realise I had this on. I thought I'd taken it off. But if you hear Viper Strike, look, it's my red mask. I shall take that off in a bit. So yeah, my side techs are still going after all this time. The throttle quadrant, the rudder pedals, and the yoke, all still going. So it certainly paid itself over the time I had it, and the number of hundreds and hundreds of hours I did flying in it. Yeah. I also have the Bravo throttle now, and I love it. I really love it. Still haven't quite got it all hooked up how I want it to yet, but I shall do some more fiddling around this week. But I've now got it set up at least for the Cessnas, the complex GA, and twin engine GAs. So it's all set up, and I've got profiles for all of them now. So the key to the Bravo is to set up a complex profile with all your buttons set, and then copy that and trim it down. But it's really nice and easy to set up. But out of the box, it's not like the Alpha yoke, which just worked. I did have to twiddle with the control settings. So 40 and 40, time to change tanks. Okay, so we're now on the left tank. Oh, you are set indeed. Congratulations. So the only thing I'd like is that when you turn and you're turning, I wish it was a little bit stiffer as it went round, because obviously the pitch is good. The pitch is like it's solid. And as you trim it out, it feels like you're trimming it out of a real aircraft. But the aileron turns, they're a little bit lighter than I would have hoped, but it's still better. And the fact that you can full deflect it, let it go, and it will just wobble until it centers is really good, rather than just going all the way to the side, let go, and it going straight to the center and stopping. So you're a little bit late, Sperrybot mate. I've already done the change. At some point it's going to be spot on, right? Make sure we're having drinks. So the honeycomb stuff's really nice. I should get, or at least Curry should get the TPRs back in this week, and they're going to ship me a replacement out. If I still have trouble with it, I'm going to send them back, ask for a refund, and wait till the honeycomb Charlies come out. Which is a shame, because the TPRs are so well built. But I've since had an update to my computer BIOS that supposedly fixes problems with USB, but they kept turning themselves off. So it's either that or it's faulty. So it's either my BIOS or it was the TPRs, but none of my other USB devices turn themselves off. But that kept turning everything off, so probably faulty. Let's see what the next ones do. If they don't work, I'll wait for the Charlies, and I'll just carry on using my Cytex. My Cytex are just a little, because they're quite old now, they're a little bit, they're as loose as they can be, but they're still a little bit stiff, and the sensitivity is a little bit, I've pushed them and they don't quite move, so pushed, now it'll move, so it's okay, it'll do. At least I can land now and use the brakes. Those 2 weeks of landings with no rudders and no brakes were a bit of a pain in the bum, really. Oh, you've got me in sight now. Yay! There you are, Dougal. I've got you. Nice, Katie. Oh, you got your Alpha Stairway to Bacon. Oh, nice. Yeah, the Bravos just taking some time to get hold of. I hope they weren't on that evergreen boat, but that was one from China. I suspect they might be, because that darn thing got impounded, so lots of stock is still stuck on that boat. So we do sort of do a little bit of cutting corners in a minute when we go over land for a little bit. I've tried to include some land on the journey, but there's not a lot until we get to Gwadar, and even then we're out over the sea towards Karachi. So, but we're on our way. So as of this morning, we had 14,084 nautical miles to go from wheels up. So as you see, we are slightly under halfway in terms of the total distance, around 28,800. So we're doing around about 146 and 166 over the ground. 8,000 feet, everything is in the green. Ah, Dougal McTavish, nice to see you. Wingman on station 2, and Dangerous Brian's on station 1. Get some pictures of you guys. Very bright out there. I don't even think that's going to make any difference to my You're not going to make any difference, are you? No, the sun's too low. Nice, Dougal. Nice flying. Isn't it though? Looks like there's some white caps down there as well, really. Yeah, it looks quite wavy down here. Quite a lot of cresting going on. It's incredible, isn't it, what this game does? I mean, it's given us problems, and I really wish they'd fix that livery problem. But it is just beautiful. Didn't Seamus get a Bravo? He's in the States. Thank you for the follow, Roko45. I hope you're having a great day, and thank you for joining us. I hope you're having a brilliant weekend. We are 8 hours 53 hours to go. We've left Karachi at 5 o'clock this morning, and we're heading towards Karachi. So there you go. Seamus has got one. He's in America. We're in the US. Mine took 18 days to get here from Germany. So I ordered mine before Brexit. So obviously I had to pay a whole load of extra duties afterwards. And I reckon the paperwork, because of that, lashed it all up. Because Laura bought a GoPro Hero 9 this week. And it was coming from Holland, and we thought, oh, here we go. And it was coming via UPS. And she got it in a day. It turned up in a day, so God knows what happened to mine, what went wrong with mine. But hey, it's here now, and I've got my grubby little mitts on it, and it is lovely. But in Europe, not all of us in Europe have had good luck either. This is the second Bravo I ordered. The first one I ordered around about April last year. And Ailerons Into the Wind ordered his in February, and it's still not shown up. So in the end, I was able to cancel my second order, or my original order that never ever turned up. I shall away me for a little bit, just so we can see all of the flight in the sim. I ordered mine in December as well, at the end of December, when they said there was a spring shipment, and it turned up last week. Last Friday it turned up. In the end, I ordered them from Aerosoft, Katie. However, if you order from Aerosoft, please be aware that you might not have the same problem I did. They may include the import duty, but if they don't, there's an extra £51 to pay to get them, which I had to pay to UPS. If you try and order from Amazon, you may never get one, because they're not being supplied by Honeycomb at the moment for some unknown reason. I think pretty much Stuart's the only one I know that's still got an order with them, but he's also got an order with Aerosoft as well. Dougal's on the wing. They're worth the money though. Stairway to Bacon, they are really good. I shall leave you with an outside view when I scoot over the top of the fuel tanks and head to the ladies' room. I will be right back. And back. Sabersoft. Ah. Yeah, you're a gallon too early, Sperry. A gallon too early. 36 on the left, 40 on the right. 8 hours 46. Dangerous Brian. Dougal McTavish. Eback, Stairway to Bacon, Goblin Zeus, Samson Video, Catbat 9, Kazaki Flyer. Flying with us on the 18th leg of the Amelia Earhart round the world flight. On our way to Karachi. So about half past 6 in the morning, June the 15th. Slightly coastal winds. I don't know why that is. I see Samson. Ah, I wonder if it's in the Seneca. Because it's not flashing for me. Looks like a Seneca. Isn't it? Have you got the Seneca, Goblin? because I've got this. Yeah, because I've got it as well. This stuttering thing is really crazy, right? Oh, default Baron. So, well, Samson, that goes right out of the window. Kazaki. That's like buttons. I have lots of buttons. I'm trying not to press them. Perhaps. I wonder if. No. Because it's also differences between versions. Yeah, Winamp's still going. Book. Ah, so yeah, that would be why then. So perhaps people flash if they're in a different version of Microsoft Flight Simulator, and perhaps they stutter when they're in a custom livery. Could that be it? Although I had stuttering when someone was flashing as well, but then he could have been in an aircraft I didn't have and in a custom livery. Yeah. So it can even happen between versions, because we had somebody in a C-172. But the G1000 version, which is the basic model, and somebody else was in a G172 steam gauge version, and that caused stutters. Even though it's the same sim, same manufacturer, the two different aircrafts caused stuttering. Oh, but we definitely tried to prove it last week, because it was all good. And Draco loaded in with Mother Mooney with the non-standard, and I stuttered, and he then quickly logged out watching the stream, and it all went back to normal again. He came in the same livery as me for the Mooney, no stutters. Went out, came back with a custom livery, stutters. So we're pretty sure it's liveries. And Goblin has the same problem with the C-172. And Colonel Fort. Very good flying, guys. I shall zoom out. Flight of the Moonies. Okay, 35 left, 40 on the right, changing tanks to right tank. 5 gallons still change tank. And we are about 13 miles from our next waypoint. 8 hours 39 in total to go. Nearly close enough to see the white of your passenger's eyes, Dougal. And there's old Dougal, and then Dangerous Brian. Ahead of us, we've got Kazaki Flyer. How's that sea looking? It's looking a bit white tipped, and it still is, so a bit windy down there still. You can see that by the lovely crab we're in. So we will be flying overland for a little bit. In no part of southern Arabia is a forced landing desirable. The waterless, treeless desert geography is in itself pretty hopeless, a further negative factor being the probable attitude of the sparse nomadic population if, as and when encountered, in some districts the Arab tribesmen might not be as hospitable to strange interlopers, especially a woman, or perhaps under special circumstances too hospitable. In the event that they were going to land, she carried a letter that was written in Arabic, basically a to whom it may concern type letter. But speaking of those things which should be bespoken in the hopes that they would get a favourable welcome. However, one linguist familiar said it would just be really, really bad if you introduced it to the wrong faction. Because the dialect might be completely misconstrued. But nevertheless, she was tucked into all the documents alongside her when she flew. We also carried a generous supply of water in canteens, concentrated foods, a small land compass, and very heavy walking shoes. Fortunately, we did not have to walk. Okay, so we're now just going to cut over land a little bit. So we want to change that to a heading of around 60 degrees. So change to 60. Then change course, make sure that's all lined up. Kinenigwa, welcome and thank you for the follow. And oh, Catbat9, you're so naughty. But thank you so much. Catbat9 has gifted 5 tier 1 subscriptions to the channel. They've now done 40. That's just crazy. Thank you so much. You are such a star. To Kinigwa, Black Diamond, Mr. Chippy, the Moon in a Cow, and Gibbo Island. Welcome to the flight crew and enjoy your subscriptions to my channel and joining me on my journeys. Oh, and Two-Tone Murphy's at it as well. Mr. Murphy has grifted another 5 tier 1 subs and has done 30 in total. Oh, it's crazy. To Epic Fool, Technical Al, Mrs. Two-Tone, Shaney Train, and Zirul. Thank you so much, guys. That's lovely of you. Thank you. It's a sub gift. Thank you. Can we have some sub hypes in the channel for Mr. Catbat9 and Mr. Two-Tone Murphy? You are legends. I shall put my teeth back in now. Legends in your own lifetimes. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Oh, it's amazing. This community is brilliant. Fireflies, Saturday, flying, epic journey. Thank you for the follow, Flight Sergeant. That's really kind. Samson Video, Catbat 9, Kazaki Flyer, Dougal McTavish, my left wingman, Dougal Dangerous Brian, my right hand wingman, and we've got Stairway to Bacon, Druids, Kazaki Flyer. We have 8 hours 45 minutes to go. About 140 odd miles to our next waypoint. 35 on the left, 8 on the right. Change tanks in 3 gallons. Everything else is in the green, and we're coming towards some of the coast of Saudi Arabia now, or Arabia. We're being naughty, we weren't really allowed to fly across it, but I thought we'd fly across and get some land in. It's a little bit greener towards the coast than I thought it might be. Amazing stuff. Okay, we've been live just over 2 hours and we've got a little way to go. Bit windy, just a good coastal breeze. Back on the 15th of June 1937. As you can see, the waves have got some nice white tips. Yes, I bet it is. Because obviously I can change my heading and my course with the Bravo now as well, so I'm not using the mouse, but I'll mouse over it just to show that the course can be, so I can do like, and obviously if you turn it a lot quickly it'll jump, which is okay, but then you can bring it down again, which is what you want when you're doing VOR to VOR flying. So I'm pleased with that. That makes a lot of difference. Because it was such a pain to try, you know, especially when you're trying to get your course for your VOR navigation. It was just like, you had to be lucky to land on the number you wanted and then take it back in tens, which was a bit crazy. So for breakfast this morning, I was spoilt by Bort Panda. Bort Panda made American pancakes and bacon, and which I had with a little tiny little bit of golden syrup and Swedish wild blueberry jam. Oh, it was lovely. What did everyone else have for breakfast? What did you have? And there we have a bit of Arabia. Do you not do breakfast? I never used to, but ever since I got in when I started doing weightlifting, I was so hungry in the mornings that I started having breakfast. And if I don't have breakfast now, I can hardly work. Oh, no, I'm allergic to banana. That would kill me. There would be an ex-alley. I'm actually allergic to banana oil, would you believe? Of all the crazy things in the world, banana oil. But it was lovely. Handmade American pancakes, and they were just so fluffy and light. Amazing. Bread with Kerrygold butter. Butter. Okay, Dougal, you take care, my friend. We'll see you in a bit, hopefully. See you soon. Take it easy. If I have pancakes too many weekends, Bork, I'll be even fatter next week. They were lovely there. I mean, next week's flight's another 1,000 nautical mile plus. So next week we will be flying from Karachi all the way over to Kolkata, or Calcutta as it was back in the day. Single leg journey, one side of India to the other. I do believe, however, Brian, there are mountains. I think we have to fly quite high towards the end. And then down again. But I think there are mountains. I think we cross mountains. So India's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to India very much. And then from India it's down to Rangoon. And then we're off into the Indonesian element of the flight. There are a couple of legs that we'll be doing where we do backtrack on ourselves. We're going to do what they did, which was they went from one place to another, didn't quite get there, had to come back and then try again. Another trip when they went down to Bandoang from Surabaya, they had to come back because they weren't very well. So we will do that so that we get the total mileage in. Feeling mildly better. Oh dear. Did you like collapse into bed after the stream, Murph, or did you carry on for a bit longer? Okay, Catbat, enjoy it. Hey, Sky Command, lovely to see you. It's going well, thank you. We've been going for just over 2 hours. We've got another 8 hours 36 to go. We're just not too much. We're still flying, still over the coast of Arabia. We're between obviously between here and Gawada, where we will turn southeast towards Karachi, but that's in a good few hours. Oh my word. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I don't think so. Don't think so. Don't think we said Murphy's had a Subway. I guess that's like birthday. Subway. Mr. Murphy is suffering from the sippages on his stream last night. How are you doing, Sky Command? Thank you for popping in. We're here for another 8.5 hours. We're flying about 8,000 feet over the Arabian Sea. We weren't allowed to go across land really, so we're trying to keep out to sea as much as possible. I was going to say, when you said Annie, I thought it was a little bit more, like Shirley Temple. We might indeed, Super Typhon. I think what we might need to do though is change it from sips. I think it might need to be like hashtag down in one. Or am I giving them bad ideas, Murph? Did you get the tag out though? Yeah, shots rather than yeah, shots. Hashtag shots. Because sips. Yeah, it's either that or gulps. And with that, Bot Panda, could I please have some more Ribena, please? Actually, no. Can I have some cranberry juice, please? So I finished my antibiotics, and I don't think they fully worked. So I'm drinking nothing hard. I'm drinking soft drinks, either cranberry juice, Ribena, and I may have to intravenous or have some intravenous Red Bulls later. But we still... I absolutely do have my own waiter service. Hashtag... That's the one... That's it, Catbat. Bottoms up. Not only is Bot Panda looking after me in terms of drinkage, she went out and she got me some snackage. She's even got me finger food for later on this afternoon, so I can have some food this time. I tend to stream and leave the food over there, but I might just turn the mic off and have some munching going on. I was starving after that long flight last time. And eating about midnight was not very good. Oh, she's amazing. She looks after me. Does she deliver to Wiltshire? The thing is with Bort Panda, do you know what? If I said, can you go and deliver something to Wiltshire, she probably would, even though we're in North East. She is without doubt one of the most selfless people I've ever met. She's so lovely and so caring. I'm talking about you, go away. That when I got my HP reverb, she'd been after some VR stuff for a while. So Laura and I bought her one. We bought her one. So just because she's so lovely and so caring, and so, you know, she would give you her last penny. She'd give you the shirt off her back. And if I ever needed someone to look after me, I know that my friend would do that. So no, she's not even my partner. My partner does all the other stuff that looks after me, but Bot Panda is actually my friend, and we've been friends for years. And she came to, we call my house Alison and Laura's home for internet waifs and strays. We met years and years ago now when I was administering a forum of about 16,000 users, and we got to be friends and we started playing online games together. And then when we moved up here, she came over and visited, and then she was happy. She finished university, and then it was like, well, I'm having a real struggle to get somewhere. And then I said, well, why don't you come over here and try and find a job in the UK, because obviously she's Swedish, and she's been here ever since. She's worked with me. She worked with me for 8 years at Formica, and recently came to join me at my new company. She doesn't work for me now, but she works with the same team that I'm in. So not only does she live here, we work together, and we're just crazy together. She's the bestest friend I've ever had. She's also very, very naughty and buys me lots of naughty stuff like chocolate and cakes and biscuits. She's amazing. Right, change tanks, because I've been yattering and didn't notice. Couldn't say it better than that, Kazaki Flyer. Well, you were pretty close that time, Sperry Bot. That time you were much closer. Quite a bit of cloudage now. Minister British X Forum had 22,000. But oh my word, it's so hard keeping people in check and trying not to censor people. It's so hard. Can she get to Tipperary? She probably could, you know. Okay, 8 hours 32 to go, 95 till next waypoint. Everything's all in the green, everything's nice and stable. Fuel flow is nice and low, so we should have nice amount of range. So we've got another 5.5 hours worth of flying on usable fuel. Yeah, very little credit, to be honest, in forums. It was a very political type of place as well, so it's just dreadful. But I met some great friends whilst adminning that forum, so can't knock it. No, Biscoat I don't, so let's get rid of you. Thank you, Seamus. Thanks very much. No, I don't want to be famous. I don't want followers that are just popped in, because you'll only get them removed, because Twitch are really going after them now. And I'd rather have followers who followed me because they want to, not because they're paid to. It's been a while. Do they do that on YouTube? Or is it just Twitch they tend to do that? He's in the sea. Yeah, he's definitely in the sea. He was shot out of the sky by that super fast Seamus McNeil surface-to-air missile. Or surface-to-spammer missile. There's nothing to see. You're welcome. Thank you for that. I nearly had my mouse over it. He beat me to it. Yeah, so the thing is, though, that you can actually even have people follow you. I don't think so, Kazaki. There will be some hills below us, but we'll The safe height for this route that I'm following is 5,000 feet, so we're 3,000 clear. We would have been clear at 5,000, but we're just about to cut across the shore here. There's Balhaf. We're going to go across, fly across a bit of land, and then we'll go out to sea after Makalla, skirt the coast, and then we will go back out to sea once we've got to the NDB Rian airport, and then we'll zoom across the sea for a little bit more, for quite a while now. I think we then stay out to sea pretty much all the way, getting very close at Sadar and Ras Madraka, and then it's Mazira Island, and then it's out straight across to Guarda. So we've got quite a way now overseas, so a little bit of inland and then out again. Yeah, so these bots they can be following you even if they're not paid for, and they can be a real nuisance. Someone lost though like 1 million. It can be malicious, Stairway to Bacon. I don't understand why anyone would do it, but you can follow bot people. It expands your, and in some cases, there's a thin line between proving you didn't do it and disproving you did. Especially on platforms like Twitch or YouTube, they tend to fire first, ask later. But but a lot of people that have a lot of followers, legitimate followers, didn't have a problem. But you're talking, when you talk about losing 35,000 to 100,000, 200,000 viewers or followers, that's a lot. It should be there if you've downloaded it, Dougal. Yeah, Mirwaz, they should, but they tend not to do that. They do tend to fire fast. I mean, look how many people have had their YouTube channels demonetized because of the DMCA strikes. I think the worst, was it The Last of Us 2 or whatever it was? It wasn't, I've never played it, but there was a leak on that game, and literally everybody who talked about the leaks had their videos struck. Hey, Night Zep, I'm okay so far. I've had my jab and I'm not, it's a little bit stiff and a bit sore, but hopefully I will last. I'm feeling a bit better in terms of not feeling where I've not been very well. I finished my antibiotics yesterday. I don't think they're going to fix it. I think I need some stronger ones. Thank you, Nightsat. I hope so. Fingers crossed I'll be okay. Well, some people might want to use them quickly to bloat their following, because if you see a lot of followers on a channel, you might think that they've got something to talk about. I'd rather have just one person that liked my stream and that was the only one. If they were the only people in the world that would follow me, that'd be good enough. So the fact that I've managed to get to 300, nearly over 360 now, that's crazy. Never thought I'd get that many people following me. That's incredible. Currently thinking of some very unkind things about chat on the iPatch Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Twitch iOS app is not the brilliantest thing in the world. The brilliantest. What the hell is that? Where did that word come from? It'd be incredible if I could get past 400. I mean, it's just like phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. The support that everyone's given is yeah, brilliantest. I've got an old brain. It comes up with some rubbish sometimes. That was the best it could think of at the time. But it has been phenomenal. You know, and the whole community has all come together to do it, you know, and we're all watching each other and all feeding back, and it's, do you know what, it is one of the nicest communities I've ever been part of. The fact that we're all, you know, I can go on to Murph's stream, I can go on to Seamus's stream, Colonel Fork's stream, CD's stream, go over onto Captain Arash, onto Arctic Turn, and see the same faces from time to time across the day. And it's just so lovely. Quick trademark brilliantist. I need a t-shirt, don't I? It was brilliantist. Ali says brilliantist. That might be a t-shirt. There might be a t-shirt ID in there. And there are some t-shirts available on the merchandise store, supporting the stream in both white and black. Oh, La Gomera, 44 knots, side crosswind, Jesus. Brilliantist captaining. Oh, but Panda, get that trademark out there. Hashtag. Oh, I might have to do that. Katie, the best thing to do, darling, is just do it when you feel like it for now. Don't stick to a schedule. I do 1 day a week because I don't really have time during the week at all for work normally. But, you know, why not just do ad hoc ones? And when you want to do it, just pop into, you know, the Murphy community scene. Say you're going live in a half an hour or something, and people will come along, you know. But the guys that follow us, they're lovely. You know, everyone's really, really lovely and supportive. You know, and if someone comes along and tries to create problems, we give them the heave-ho pretty darn quick. Mirwaz, the thing about doing it, it's actually harder to think about doing it than it actually is to do it. So, yeah, I never thought I would be able to do it. Looks like sand dunes down there, guys. Haven't really seen sand dunes on the whole trip, really. Bit of mountains, yeah. See, you corrected yourself. I read that as mountains. I didn't read the typo. Isn't it brilliant? Look at it. I have silly little fat fingers as well. Not saying that you have fat fingers, but I mistype all the time. Because I tend to type faster than my brain is reacting. Well, look, let's... Brian, this is the hilliest part, yeah. Dangerous Brian, this is the hilliest part of our journey. And they're miles below us. Well, not literally miles, but they are below us. Yeah, crossing fingers, Katie, because losing jobs is, especially at the moment, is not a great thing. Yeah, well, mine are short and dumpy. I'm stretched to an octave on a piano keyboard, but that's about it. Isn't the ground weird? Certainly there's an updraft there. I could see that really crazily. Looked like the aircraft went down and then suddenly zoomed up again. It did. We dropped right down. How are we doing? 32 on the left, 35 on the right. Whoa! Whoa! Bumpage. Crikey, look at this go. Whoa, whoa, it's a bit like a roller coaster. Look at the state of that, guys. You'd leave your lunch, wouldn't you? Woof, my word, that's got some turbulence. Look at the scenery though, look at it. But as you say, where do they find the water? Well, in the end, no job is worth sacrificing your health for. No, Nightset, I'm using the Weather Preset Pro. Coastal winds. So we're getting the wind off the coastline, as well as the up and down drafts around these hills. Yeah, I always say about a job, when it's no more fun, it's time to run. Yeah, hence the windage. Yeah, definitely. Okay, 32 left, 35 right, 2 gallons till change tanks, 8 hours, estimated time en route to go. The UK is a strange country right now, Katie, that's for sure. It's a whole lot different when I was younger. We still do have some good souls in this country though. They certainly are, Dougal. They certainly are. It's shocking how our ex-service people are treated. I imagine it was server shiftage. Dangerous Brian. Yeah, it's I'm not. Whoa, look at whoa, this is a wild ride. Yeah, all good this end. Super Typhon. Yeah, I'm feeling better than I did last week. I had my second COVID jab today, so a couple of weeks I will be as good as I can be when I'm out and about, so I'll feel a little bit more comfortable. Yeah, all good here. Look at this scenery though. But Amelia was right. Pretty darn desolate. You wouldn't want to land here, would you? Oi! Oi! Poor panda. How rude! How very rude! After I was so wobbly, and super wobbly, now you're saying I'm messing with people. Oh, du Lieber. Inte lyssna till henne. Yes, Super Typhon. She's terrible. In terms of turbulence, you find out who your real friends are. I can't even say, oi, get in the kitchen because it's too early. Yeah, Yemen's a mess. Yemen's always been problematic there. Its whole history is just turbulence. No pun intended. There are, you know, it's all very much a case of we always think the grass is greener, but often it's an illusion. You know, it's like jobs, you know. No, definitely, it was an unintended pun. It was just like we were talking about Yemen and its wars and its problems, and it was like, turbulent. But it was an unintended pun, non-intended. But it was quite apt, really, because I'm being blown around like crazy out here. Hold on to your sarnies. Whoa! Whoa! This is crazy. This would be a good roller coaster. I could charge this. Fred! Strap yourself in, lad. Yeah, to sort of put some milk in, you know, carry some milk in the back there. We could have nice thick milkshakes by the time we get to Karachi. Amazing. It looked like yeah, I did. Yeah, I lost about 500 feet. He's stuck to the ceiling. Yeah. That is some turbulence going on. Oh, you've lost us. We're not there yet, Catbat. You're ahead of us. We are about... We're about 37 nautical miles away from Romeo India November. You can see the nameplates. It's that legendary speed you have, Catbat. This is quite incredible, isn't it? Time for a cuppa. Let's do it. Stretch your legs, stretch your arms, wiggle your feet, move those bottom cheeks. Just wave my legs around. I like this piece of music. Nummage bummage. We've done some flying on this trip, haven't we? It's absolutely massive flights. I know, Goblin. It's so pretty, isn't it? It just, I mean, I'm taking loads as I go. You know, when I'm done, I'm also going to do a compilation video of all the, like, snippets of all the different flights and sort of talk about the journey. So I'm going to do like a what we did, how we did it. Yeah. Fellowship of Flyers. Yeah, and like the culmination of the story, what we learned, what we went through. So that was certainly windy back there. That was Flight of the Moonies, yeah. Yeah. So I will certainly be doing that afterwards. Take some shots of the flights because I've got all the video. Oh, Captain Arash! Oh my word, Captain Arash, my friend. Raiding us with 22 viewers. Oh, you are a star. Thank you so much. Hey guys, hey Captain Arash, how was the rest of your flight? How did it go? Captain Arash is flying around the world in his Cessna 172. I think it was on day 103 today. He's a legend in his lifetime as well. Thank you, Captain Arash, and do try and catch him sometime. Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and maybe on Sunday mornings soon. We're doing some different stuff from flight simming. But how you doing? Hope you're doing well. We have just about 8 hours to go. We've been going for 2 hours, 43 minutes, and we're over a little bit of Arabia at the moment, just sort of cutting the coast. It's been pretty desolate. We're just coming up to a waypoint now. It's Romeo India November. And I've got several Fireflies as Catbat 9s down on the ground, and Kazaki Flyers ahead of me, but we've got Dangerous Brian, my wingman, Stairway to Bacon, Samson Video, Goblin Zeus, and we're just skimming the coastline of Arabia at the moment. And we're being sort of slowly drifting in from the sea. Oh, that's really good. I'm glad to hear it went great. So that it all. So you fixed your capture card problems and it all went away. Brilliant. That's good to hear, mate. That's really good to hear. So far, so good here. So for those of you joining in and having a quick look, we're travelling today from Assab on the Red Sea coast in Eritrea, past Aden. And we're flying all around the southern coast of Arabia because Amelia wasn't allowed to fly over the land, although we're doing a little bit just because. And then across over to the border of Persia, into Gwadar, and then southeast to Karachi, which was back in the day India. She wasn't given permission to fly across the land by the Arabian government at the time, so that's our route. We shared some pictures earlier of. So the aircraft being worked on. Mechanics in Karachi working on the aircraft. There's Fred Noonan on the wing there. and Amelia probably on the left. It's hard to say, but... And then there was tons of refueling that went on. They refueled with 860 gallons of fuel and 80 gallons of oil at Karachi. Quite a lot of workers worked on the aircraft. It was a Standard Oil company, the company that they used all around the world. They'd positioned all of these fueling gallons, barrels of oil and fuel at all these locations. The side of the aircraft, left and right, had 5 fueling points to fill in the inside tanks. That's Amelia and Fred there, so Amelia and Fred. So it probably was Amelia on the left side of the picture. That cockpit shot. The aircraft was serviced in the hangar to try and protect the engine from the sand. Oh, trying to change shanks because I'm not watching. That's Amelia there, sat on the top of the aircraft with Fred and officials, and obviously the engineers underneath the wing, taking some respite from the sun. That's Fred with the Standard Oil Company people and repair crew. That's Amelia on a camel. She went for a camel trip while the aircraft was being looked after. And that's Amelia under the wing. Also got involved in the maintenance. Certainly wouldn't, is not one to not roll her sleeves up. It's Fred and Amelia with the refueling tanks. And that's Amelia again, actually en route on the camel in Karachi. That's Fred and Amelia. They had some, that's the airport chart for Karachi. Not quite your Jefferson plates, are they? But pretty good for the time, back in 1937. And this was a customs declaration for, at the cost of nil, for maps and printed materials. We are just about halfway through our journey now. Change spring on my X55, the light spring. Now I have a mid spring. What a difference it's given you. I bet Merwaz. Aditya, hey, how are you? Good, thank you. Good, good, good. We've got 7 hours 53 minutes to go, and we are 2 hours 48 minutes into our flight. We are just skirting the southern coast of Arabia. It's June the 15th, 1937, and we are en route from the Red Sea, or Assab in Eritrea, all the way to Karachi. This was Amelia's last actual record-breaking flight that she ever did. It's the first time that anyone had flown directly from the Red Sea to Karachi. So it's quite a historical day, really, for her. I mean, she didn't know it was her last record-breaking flight, but it turned out to be. Draco, hello, hello. How are you doing, my friends? I hope you're doing great. And we're now literally just over the coast of Arabia. Being naughty, we weren't really allowed to fly over the coast, but here we are with the two-tone Murphy flying circus, myself, as we fly on this 1700 nautical mile journey in just over 10 hours or so. So yeah, we're just gonna swing over 10 hours. Yeah. So it's about 1700 miles, not the longest flight on the journey by far, but it's the second longest. Our longest one will come in a few weeks, which is the big one, 2,555 nautical miles. The trip, the leg she never finished, but we've got a little way to go yet. We've got to get all through. We've got to get across Africa. Sorry, India. We've done Africa now, so we next week we do. It's about 1,000 nautical miles. And we fly from Karachi to Calcutta, and then from Calcutta down into Burma, and then we fly our way through Indonesia all the way towards Darwin in Australia. So we've got several flights to go. So we're on leg 18 of a lot. Okay, Nightset, you take care. Thank you for popping in. We will catch you on the next stream. See you soon, Nightset. Get rid of me and let's have a look outside. This wonderful sim. It's quite windy, as you can see. I'm crabbing along, and the sea down there is quite windy. Shame you can't have waves rolling against the shore, but there's a lot of white caps down there, so it'd be quite nice to see waves rolling in, wouldn't it? There's Catbat. We're nearly up with him now. Aditya, yes, it will be British India today. Yeah, so Karachi was India back in 1937. So yeah, we're flying all around the edge, over to Gwadar and down into Karachi. So quite a flight today. We did have some real bumpage back there. That was over those mountains back there. The turbulence was absolutely insane. Oh, nice, Brian. Absolutely, Baluchistan. It absolutely was. Gwadar was part of Baluchistan back then, and it was right on the tributary entrance to of Persia. Yeah, we just flew over an airport, Romeo India November. I can't remember which airport it is actually. I know it's actually Riyadh Airport, Oscar Yankee Romeo November. I'd got and we will have Ash Shahir Airport coming up on our left as well in a little while as we head out to sea now. That's the last bit of land really we cross over, I believe, now until we it's the last piece of land we cross over until we get to Gwadar. And then we fly southeast towards Karachi. The airport's a little bit bigger in Karachi these days than it was back in 1937. But as I'm well prepared, we're going to go in runway 7 left. Nice, Brian. I hope it works okay. The trouble with is with RAM is making sure the actual part number is what's on the accepted compatibility list. You might see the word HyperX Fury, but you have to double check the part number. Pretty much, because pretty much. No worries, Captain Rush. You've had a long morning, mate. You take care and send my love to Emma, and I hope you have a great day. And hope to catch you a bit later on. Enjoy lunch, or what time is it there now? It's coming up to lunchtime, so enjoy your lunch. I will catch you later. Hi, Emma. And here's the cat back. And Brian will be right back. Where will Brian be the next time he comes back? Will he be forward? Will he be behind us? Will he be firewalling it? Seven hours, 33 minutes to go. Yeah, it's going to be around 10 hours. How you all doing, everyone? You all holding up okay? Oh, there's Gibbo as well with us now. Oh, and Kingsman. Hey, Kingsman. I see you back there. How cool. Lovely of you to join us. Thank you. No worries, Seamus. You take care. Don't get too burnt. You need a mowing bot, mate. See you soon. $33 on the right. 3 gallons till change tanks. Oh. You snuck down, you naughty thing. Still snuck down. Be good. You're right, Kingsman. I see you in the back there. That's brilliant. So let's just line up my heading. 78. Course needs to just change that. Make sure, just in case anything goes wrong, and then I can refer to the analog devices. So we're still doing about 148, 168 ground. Seven hours 29 to go, just about across the 3-hour mark. Three hours, 7 hours 28 to go. So yeah, about 10. So it's going to be around about 10 and a half hours. So about 10.25 real time. Oh, Kingsman, that's really kind of you. Thank you. Kingsman's resubscribed for 3 months. Thank you. That's really kind. Thanks, Kingsman. So, Draco, this is what I really did. I did so few clouds from takeoff, and then once I got to Aden, we changed to Weather Preset Pro Coastal Wind, and I was going to then, when we got towards Karachi, change it, but I might just leave it on coastal winds because Karachi's not far from the sea, and have a little bit of a crabbed in landing. Do a little bit. It's not a massively terrible wind. So I did write it down. I think I didn't have a command for it. Yeah. So few clouds from Assab, WPP coastal winds from Aden to Guarda, then few clouds. But I'm going to just keep it probably WPP all the way now. It's actually really quite nice. $32 on the right, $29 on the left. Yeah, I did put TBD because I was trying to find more information. So I went looking for the weather charts for this one, and she just talked about clouds, so it was really difficult. She said, I held a course. Sometimes the blue Arabian Sea was below, sometimes cloud piled along the ocean's edge. Forth the shorewards for brief stages. Flying high, we were able to see the considerable amounts of this forbidden country. What's the weather like? Clouds. Yeah, pretty much. One could scarcely imagine a more desolate region than the shore, although the first third of the journey, very few villages appeared along the waterfront, wedged in between the mountain seas. Such one was Makale, a metropolis on the southern portion of Hadramaut, which is the southern part of Arabia. Behind the mountains, the map shows the interior almost as unbroken sandy desert, where rough mountains did not wet their feet in the sea. Some regions look like they might have heighty harrows churned into tortuous badlands, into a welter of razorback ridges and fantastic mountains, a thirsty valley barren of vegetation and devoid of life. Yeah, I'm sure white is lightning. She didn't talk about lightning or storms in her diary, so I'm assuming that there aren't any, because she would have written it. That's one thing she did do, was, you know, if it was a rotten weather day, she would say so. Okay, 1 gallon till change tanks. Hadn't quite decided on the weather, and then I spent some time yesterday looking, and in the end it's like, okay, I'm just going to go with coastal winds, because she talked about it being a little bit windy and cloudy. Aditya says there are very few storms in the Arabian Sea. Oh, right. I did not know this. My course, I'm tracking 78 degrees magnetic, and my speed is about 148 catbat. My ground speed is 168. So 78 magnetic. About 148. Indicated 168 ground speed. $31 on the right, $29 on the left, waiting to change tanks. You're a sneaky EGT. You don't want to sit at 1400 today. No worries. I'm trying to keep it around the 150 mark. My AP is on. It's taking me across the country. Oh, so it is. Are you on? Have you got GPS? Have you turned GPS on or VLOC? Brian went on a magical mystery tour at the beginning as well. But if you're using my flight plan, it shouldn't take you that way. Africa seems so far behind us now. And I can hardly believe we're going to go pretty much across the whole of India in one flight. Cool, Kazaki, nice one. Oh, Worky GLA is raiding with a party of 8 people. Thank you, Worky GLA. How are you doing? I hope you've had a great day and a good stream. Thank you for coming over and joining us. Say hi to everyone. Give some hype in the channel for the raid from Worky GLA. That's lovely. How was your stream? I hope you've had a great day. Thank you for joining us. My name's Alison. I'm currently recreating the Amelia Earhart's 1937 round the world flight attempt, and we're on the 18th leg of that journey, and you catch us between Assab in Eritrea, and we're heading towards Karachi, a flight of around 1700 nautical miles, and will take us about 10 hours. We've got about 7 hours 20 minutes to go. Oh god, you know, it's been a time since my lessons, but trying to remember to put it all into practice, you soon forget stuff. Well, I hope it went well. Alison is a raid boss. I hope you have your potions and flasks ready. Ooh, there's a WoW reference right there. Anyway, lovely to see you all, and thank you for popping in. I hope you all have a great weekend. We've got a long day ahead of us, and we have snackages and drinkages to keep us going. 30 on the right, changing to left tank. So we're flying this in a Mooney M20 Ovation. We would be flying it in a special livery that's been prepared for me, but with the stuttering that it causes because it's a custom livery, I can't fly with it at the moment. In 2017, a Mooney M20 Ovation did the round the world flight. It was specially modified to have a 200-gallon tank inside it, and could have a range of 3,003 nautical miles. So the in-sim game doesn't let me have that much gallons on board, so when I get down low I'll have to switch it, but I'm not going to have any more than 200 gallons on all of the flight. So I have to do an in-air refuel because I don't have any other option. But Amelia didn't land on a lot of these long flights, so and she had 1,151 gallons capacity in her Electra 10E Special. Thank you for the follow, TJ Rockets. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Thaco is down to 10. I'm good. So we are on the left tank now. We'll take that down to 25. 7 hours 18 ETE. Currently at 8,000 feet. tracking 78 degrees magnetic, and we are around 148 north, 148 indicated, 168 ground. The Mooney, whilst it wasn't the Electra, wasn't a twin-engined aircraft, approximately has the same sort of speed at 8,000 feet that the Electra did. So it's quite a good comparison aircraft to fly. If they do ever introduce an Electra 10E Special, I'll have to do it all again and do it hard in the real plane. But we're skirting the coast of Saudi Arabia because back in 1937, the Kingdom of Arabia wouldn't let foreigners fly over their land. So we're having to track along the south coast, which made the journey even longer. We are just over halfway through our journey. We have about 28,800 to go from wheels up in Oakland, and we now have we'll have about under 13,000 about 13,000 by the time we get there. Our total route is taking us from Oakland to Burbank to Tucson to New Orleans to Miami to San Juan in Puerto Rico down to, at the time it was Carapito in Venezuela, but there has no airport anymore, so we had to land at Maturan. Then it was from Maturan to Paramaribo in Suriname, from Suriname down to Fortaleza in Brazil, Fortaleza to Natal, and then all the way across the Atlantic, which took us 10 hours 28 minutes. She was meant to land in Dakar in Senegal, but actually miscalculated, and they ended up in St. Louis. And then from St. Louis she flew down to Dakar, and then over the last few weeks we've flown across the whole of Africa until we got down to Assab on Monday, and now we're flying all the way from Assab all the way over to Karachi. This is today's route, so we're following the south coast all the way over to Gwadar, and then southeast from Gwadar to Karachi. It's a route, isn't it, Aditya? She was an incredible lady. We're flying in the using the Weather Preset Pro today, using coastal winds. It was cloudy and windy, and so I've tried to keep the weather as authentic as I can. If I've got weather reports, I use weather of similar nature that I can generate in the sim. Otherwise, I have to just go with what she wrote in her diaries. And she just said it was a bit windy and a bit and cloudy, but it was brilliant sunshine. So this is close. This is pretty close. We're crabbing along quite nicely. Yeah, absolutely, Aditya. So Wing 42 are working on the Lockheed Vega 5B, which is the aircraft that Amelia had most of her history made in. It was certainly the aircraft she flew across the Atlantic from Newfoundland all the way over to Ireland, where she landed in County Derry. It's not coming out though till Q3, Q4 this year. But when I do get that, I will recreate all of her flights that she did in the Vega 5B, which will be a completely different challenge. It's going to be a real handful. But I'll certainly do the Atlantic crossing. I will do her East Coast, West Coast, Grand Circle navigation across transatlantic America, her flight to Honolulu, and her flight all the way from the north of California all the way through Mexico. Hey Tigger 65. Nice, round the world flight. Wow. Another person. Fantastic, thank you, Tigger. Yes, if you can watch multiple streams, do watch people that are doing these crazy long round flights. They are you have to do a lot of planning to get them to do. And then if the Electra comes out, I'll do it in the Electra. I mean, I wish I could have done it. There is a port of the FSX version, but the propellers don't work, and it's not quite the same if the propellers don't spin, you know? I'm surrounded by fireflies of the two-tone Murphy Flying Circus. Got Kazaki Flyer at the front, Cat Bat 9, Dougal McTavish, Kingsman, Stairway to Bacon, Samson Video, Druid Zeus. There is a Dangerous Brian somewhere around here. I hope he hasn't gone into those mountains. He does seem to have a little bit of a magnet to mountains. So 7 hours 15 minutes to go. So we are coming up to WP2, waypoint 2. So we're just after Mushalara. It's a Mountain Magnet Brian. That would be quite cool, wouldn't it? Oh, that's another t-shirt job. That one. I could create one. Mountain Magnet Brian. And have the picture of Dangerous Brian on it. Because Dangerous Brian was a character by Brian Connolly. That I might be able to do. Might go quite nicely with the Amelia Earhart Round the World Memorial Flight merchandise, mightn't it? Absolutely might. So I just wish I could be flying in the Electra. This is the Electra that you used in the film Amelia. It's currently housed at the Seattle Museum of Flight. Beautiful aircraft. This is Amelia, sort of poking up over the cubbyhole cabin, sat on top of the internal fuel tanks that were specially added and modified for this flight, and you can see the fuel pipes coming down from the outside of the aircraft. There were 5 external fuel filling options on the outside of the aircraft. 1,151 gallons of fuel this could carry, and she also had 4 tanks to carry oil in. Draco, it absolutely is a flying bomb. Yeah. Yeah. You know, as I showed earlier, you know, no smoking allowed, absolutely. You know, this is the refueling crew looking after the aircraft when it landed in Karachi in 1937. And you can see the like the squares along the side where they're stood. They're not windows. They're the fuel ports. And there were 5 of them. 1 on the top, and then there were 4 down the side. Good morning, Foxtrot. How are you doing? Good to see you. I hope you're having a good Saturday, and that you've had a good week. And I hope you're going to get some nice relaxation this weekend. Yep, so there was a lot, and all of the fuel had been put into these locations in advance. That's Amelia and Fred there. Amelia on the left, obviously. Fred on the right. You can see how hot it was. Everyone's wearing, as many people are wearing. Fred must never have had any white clothing. He's always in like a dark clothing. It must have been boiling. It's Amelia sat on top of the aircraft. And for those of you interested, I showed the colour picture earlier. I do have a nice picture of the cockpit. So that's what the cockpit looks like on that the Electra that's at the Seattle Museum of Flight. And you can see it's really quite cozy. This one's obviously modified because it can fly in. It's actually okay to license fly now. And it does fly trips. But look at it, it's crazy, crazy brilliant. And there's Amelia in the cockpit. Pretty much, if you know, the same sort of instruments that we see today. The biggest change really was the big instrument in the middle, which is the Sperry Auto Gyro Pilot, which was basically an autopilot. Aditya, yes, you absolutely did fly over here in June. Yeah, when she got to Assab last on the 14th of June, it was 110 degrees in the shade. Amelia cockpit. Where's my picture of Amelia? So yeah, boiling. Who's that lady? Is she single? If you could find her, you might be able to ask her. That's our lovely Amelia. You can find her. I'd love to know where she got to. I mean, I still believe that they ran out of fuel. That's the belief I have. Maybe AI will be able to work it all out at some point, but nothing's conclusive at this point, and it's such a shame that no one knows where they got to. They got close for sure, but I do think that them using radio telephony back in 1937 rather than Morse code radio communications really was a risky exploit. Okay, 30 gallons on the right. Oh no, I changed. I did change. That's 1 gallon on the left to go. Yeah, so yeah, there's loads of conspiracy theories about what happened, but who knows? One day we might find it, because they did some experimentation with the Electras. They were actually found to be quite good in terms of flotation. But of course, it depends how hard and what angle they hit the sea. But with the tanks and being so empty on fuel as they would have been, it would have given them quite a lot of buoyancy. Oh, thank you for the follow, Quanak. That's really kind of you. Welcome to the flight crew. We're heading out over the Arabian Sea on our journey to Karachi. We have about 7 hours 5 minutes to go. We've been going for about 3 hours 23 minutes now. Yeah, Boaz, I have the aquadynamics of a brick as well, so let's get rid of me and look at the shore and the scenery and the fireflies firing along. No worries, Moaz. No worries, Kingsman. What were you in? .25 on the left, changing to right tank now. Still doing about 148. Nice. My AG2 is gonna. It's. Oh. It's. Won't sit pretty today. Even if I gently twist her, she'll go down to 14. There. So she won't quite sit at 1400. Never mind. Tracking 78 degrees magnetic. It's a little bit less bumpy now. It's just a bit of breeze making us crab as we go along the shoreline. Kazaki flyers out front. Oh, is that Dougal again? Dougal, leave back on my wing. Draco Court is with us. Goblin Zoo, Samson Video, Catbat 9, Stairway to Bacon, Dangerous Brian, Kazaki Flyer. All flying on this little epic journey of ours. As we're headed towards San Francisco. Amelia was trying to get back into San Francisco for the 4th of July 1937. It's currently the 15th of June 1937 when she took this flight, and it would turned out to be the last of her epic flights, or record-breaking flights even. She didn't even know it was a record-breaking flight until she arrived in Karachi and someone questioned it. But she became the first person to fly direct from the Red Sea all the way to Karachi. Okay, Dougal, no worries. Enjoy your dinner. Marlin, Bobo Panda, could I please have some Ribena, please? All this yakking. Oh, Toad in the Hole. Absolutely lovely. I had Toad in the Hole in the week and it was absolutely delicious. Welcome back with some tea, Moaz. I hope it's good. I need to stretch my legs a second. I'm still talking, I'm still watching. I'll leave the plane to wobble a bit. Pasta. What type of pasta do you have and what sauce are you having on it? Pasta's all about the sauce. Every single type of pasta is designed for the sauce it's meant for. That's my Beaner glass. And that's my cranberry glass. Thank you. Pasta with that special sauce. Cooper Pete, hey, how are you doing? We are on the southern coast of Arabia. On our way between Assab and Karachi. So we're roughly... Oh, crikey, where's the nearest airport to here? There's not very many airports. There's a closed... Oh, that might be sort of okay. We're not quite there yet. I don't know if it might be in the sim, but it's gravel, and it's Quebec Yankee. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. It's Oscar Yankee Quebec November. Oscar Yankee Quebec November. We're coming up on that airport shortly. It's Kishin Airport. That's the nearest one to us at the moment. Thank you. Whiskey Canuck, hello. I hope you're doing well. Well, thank you for thank you for popping in. That's lovely, thank you. We're on leg 18 of the Amelia Earhart memorial flight. Currently skirting the coast of Arabia because they weren't allowed to fly over it. They had begrudging agreement, but it was only begrudging, so she flew along the coast. We have about 6 hours, 57 minutes to go. Okay, Cobra Pete, see you soon. I'm joined by the Fireflies. Oh, the aerolite, it is heavy, and it's... I mean, the sound is accurate for it, but it's sluggish, isn't it? It's very sluggish. It's not nimble. It's a solid aircraft. It's got, it's quite good in terms of its, but it is not as fun as the VGP Power Solo for sure. The VGP Power Solo in VR really made me giggle. Absolutely made me giggle. So Whiskey Canuck, this is our route today, all the way from Assab, all the way around past Aden, and then skirting the coast of Arabia over to Gwadar, which was in Baluchistan. It's now, and then from Baluchistan we are tracking down southeast to Karachi. Yes, it's fictional. So the frame is based on a tail dragger. So it's based on a tail dragging microlight, but they put a big engine in it. So it's in the UK. There's a if you can get an antisocial behavioural order called an ASBO. And there's a Ford Focus that was bright orange. It was called an ASBO Focus. It's pretty much an ASBO 103. So it's based on the 103 Solo that Asobo has done, but it has a souped up engine, and it has almost like gravel wheels. So it's got big bouncy bush wheels on it. And the latest version has floats with retractable wheels. I don't know. And they were quite right. They said that it was, it's a fictional one, but it would be cool if someone did actually make one in real life. But it's no, definitely not. Definitely not talking from experience. But I know some people have got them. No, it would break the rules of Section 103, MOAS, because it can go too fast. That said, it can fly at 18 knots with flaps down. It's just a bit of a laugh. It's just a bit of a laugh. It's quite fun to swing it around and. Oh. I'm sure the Asobo 103 is just as fun. But it's very good. I enjoy it. And at the end of the day, it's what we like. It's about what we like, right? Yeah, it's a little bit more powerful than it should be. Okay, change that to 61. Change my heading now to 61 so that we're all aligned with our new track. Yeah, that would be good. So 25:28, 7 hours, 7 minutes to go. Everything's all in the green. Nicely in the green. Apart from the EG2 who's misbehaving. Oh, I've left the map on. Sorry, guys. Yakking away and left the map up. They definitely need more float planes. The icon's okay, but you know, obviously the engine was designed by... Oh my word, how am I going to be able to say this? Thank you for following. I was about to say, I might not be able to pronounce it. Leche demi palitol. Leche demi palitol? Is that close? I'm good at murdering names, or is it Leche demi palito? Leche demi palito. That's blah, 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 blah. I'll put my teeth back in. Welcome, thank you for following. That's really kind of you. Pronounce Weber's comes sure is so. Oh. Well, it's a very unique name. Oh, do I get it wrong then? Is it not Merwaz? You're going to tell me it's not now after all these weeks of you coming along? Oh right, okay. It's a Spanish dish, sounds like eggs with chorizo. Oh, that sounds lovely. I do like fermented meats. Take care, Samson. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and we'll catch you on another stream. Ah, Murdoch. 25:28. Come to your Lito's whole penjos. Oh, jalapenos. That looks like jalapenos at the end there. Jalapeno. 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 In Newcastle, someone would call that jalapenos. Jalapeno. Come to Lito's jalapenos. Car itchy. Car itchy. Hey, Car Itchy. That might stick, you know. If you say things, they might stick. Eric Flight, hello, my friend. How are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry, my silly mod bot. Academy Palito, I'm sorry about that. Jalapenos. Yeah, jalapenos. Eric Flight, how are you doing? It's going very well, thank you. House chores on Saturdays, maybe a stream later. Well, I hope you have a good one if you do. We have 7 hours and 3 minutes to go on this flight. We've been going for about 3 hours 39 minutes. We're flying from Assab in Eritrea until we get to Karachi which was India, British India, in 1937. This is the last record-breaking flight that Amelia Earhart actually did on it. And yeah, it's a bit windy here too. I am sorry about that, Legadema Palito. My silly bot, and it didn't even tell me what the word was, so I can't even go and change it. Silly thing. This tag comes from the Ukrainian for River Pirates on History Group. Oh, nice. Yeah, so I'm flying actually the Mooney M20R. In 2017, the Mooney M20R flew the route, but it was heavily modified. It had a 200-gallon fuel tank, which gave it a range of 3,003 nautical miles, which was enough to do all of the legs of this flight. So because the Electra's not in the sim, I thought I'd fly one that has done the route in real world flying. So I'm flying this. Sadly, I can't set it to be 200 gallons in real time, so I have to refuel in the air, but I'm not going to refuel with any more than 200 gallons. So air to refuel. Yeah, obviously, yeah. In 2017, they didn't need it. Amelia had 1,151 gallons on her Electra, and Canadian who likes whiskey, very much so, Whiskey Canuck. So trying to keep it as close as we can. We're trying to keep the weather as close as we can as well from her diaries. And where she says what time we took off, we take off her time. And trying to do it as close as we can. Obviously, it's not the same. The way to do it is actually put weight and cargo on board and then refuel or shift it around. Absolutely. I should have been doing that, but I haven't. But it's been an experience, that's for sure. And then when and if the Electra comes to the sim, I will do it real time in that sim. I will do it in the Electra as well. Wing 42 are working on the Lockheed Vega 5B. It won't be out till Q3, Q4 this year, but when they're doing that out, I will then do all of Amelia's other record-breaking flights in that aircraft. Absolutely, Aditya. So the reason she was originally going to do it in March 1937, and she started, but she was going west to east. So her first landing was at Honolulu at Ford Field. After refueling, she was then going to head from there to Howland. But on takeoff from Ford Field, she had a spin out, and basically the undercarriage collapsed, and she trashed the aircraft and wrecked the propellers and engines. So it had to be shipped all the way back to Burbank for repairs. And in the time it took for them to repair it, Albert Einstein had recommended that they change the route and to go from west to east to try and avoid because they would have hit the hurricane season coming through the Caribbean. So she took it this way to try and also doing it at this point, they sort of missed some of the monsoon season. They didn't miss it all though. So they did have she was like, I don't know what a monsoon is, and until she actually saw one. So there were a couple of delayed days where they are held up by monsoons. I see. Ali might raid him. Yes, I will probably jump onto CD tonight this time. I've missed CD streams for a few weeks on a Saturday, so this one's a long one, so should be able to hop in and say hi. So 26 on the right, getting ready to change tanks in 1 gallon. Let's get outside and have a bit of a look around. Coast of Arabia, just over there. Very inhospitable and not really somewhere Amelia wanted to land. She carried a special letter with her, basically in Arabic, addressed as to whom it may be concerned. Yep. Yep. And it played into it. It played into it a little bit on the last leg, or the last leg she flew Catbat. They had an immense headwind at lower levels where they normally flew. So obviously we fly around the 8,000 feet mark. She had to haul it up to over 10,000 feet. It was really to avoid to take some preferential winds, but to avoid the hurricane season, according to the documentation I've read. Not written, read. She said what one of the main reasons was in her book. I can find that quote. While we're flying, I'll find it. But there's a she can't quite find the quotes. We'll find it. It was a logistical nightmare to change it as well, Catbat, because the stops from west to east were in different places from the west to east than they were east to west. So she had to rearrange for the fuel to be moved as well. So it wasn't quite as straightforward as literally just changing directions. Yeah, and of course she had terrible sinus problems because of her Spanish flu that she had, and it left her. And she wrote that she had terrible pain once she got past India. Which was really sad. So a lot of the finance, the actual aircraft itself was 80,000, but the first aircraft was, when it was bought for her or provided to her, was $80,000 US, predominantly funded by Purdue University. So she had quite a lot of debt as a part of this flight. But the book deals that she had lined up from the book that she was going to write after this flight would have probably paid it all off. The one thing I can't find, and I would love to know if anyone else can find it, is the total cost of this expedition. I can't find it anywhere. So I would love to know. It's 25 and 25, changing tanks to left tank now. We are 6 hours 52 minutes to go, and we've done 3 hours 50 minutes nearly. After the repairs, she mortgaged quite a bit. So after the first flight where it ended and crashed, to get the aircraft back and going again, a lot of it was mortgaged. And they definitely didn't have GoFundMe back then, Tigger. Absolutely not. So what she wrote was this: the upshot. So With the rebuilding of the plane in hand, our next task was to appraise the effect of delay on our plans. We had picked up Picnic March as the best time for a flight from the standpoint of weather, so far as one could expect consistent bests on such a long route. Setting back the date 3 months would see seasons relentlessly progress. In some places, progress would be to the benefit of pilots, in others the reverse. Here rains began, there they abated. Here winds were favourable, there monsoons and choking dust storms were due. So we set to studying the weather maps of the world and consulting with meteorologists who knew the habits of fogs, rains and temperatures around the equator. The upshot of these consultations was that I decided to reverse the direction originally chosen for the flight. Earlier it seemed that the advantage lay in the passage to the west. At a later date the contrary appeared true. After all, for practical purposes and disregarding Mr. Einstein, the world measures the same distance from west to east to west on any given route. The compelling factor in our decision was probable imminence in the Caribbean and African areas of a much less favourable weather later than early June. It seemed therefore sensible to get this part done as promptly as possible, and therefore we also have altered the original course that would have been from Brazil up through Panama, Central America and Mexico. Instead, following the route, I decided to go from Miami, do a practical shakedown and onwards. So pretty much bad weather around Africa and in the Caribbean was the main reason for them potentially, well, actually changing their direction of flight. Oh no, Brian, does it not work? Are you trying to put XMP on your memory? When you've done, Brian, when we've done today, can you send me the revision of your motherboard and the actual part numbers of the memory you've bought today? Only 2 sticks show. Well, it should accept, because Brian's got an Aorus Master AMD and I've got an Aorus Ultra. Absolutely does take 64, because I've got 64 gig in it and it's running at full speed XMP on Profile 1. Try and get me your part numbers, Brian, and I'll check it for you. Laura did a lot of research on the RAM specifically to find the right part that would work. Yeah, the Aorus Ultra is lovely. Arabian Coast. Whereabouts are we now? Just off of the... So Al Wadi is down there. And the nearest airport is Al Guyada. I'm terrible. I am so sorry. If anyone's from this part of the world, I apologise profusely for ruining my pronunciation. Annalisa, hey, how are you doing? I'm doing good. So far, so good. My arm's a little sore, but I'm not feeling hot or feverish yet. It's really quite hard to explain, but so the Mooney does not have trim on the on the ailerons. Sorry, on the stabilizer. Actually, the whole part. So this is hard to explain, but the back end of the Mooney, where the tail is, actually moves forward when you and back. The whole unit, the whole tail of the plane moves to apply nose down and nose up pitch trim. So and so that part of that design is because of that movement, because the whole thing can move backwards. I did a video for Annalisa a while back as to what it did, and it's very, very clever. So it's a deliberate design decision as to why the tail looks like it does. How are you doing, Annalisa? Are you good? You're just waiting for the other half to hand over the laptop. The sun in my face is pretty blinding. I am about to go and stand up and put that away. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to haul myself over the fuel tanks all to the way to the back of the little aircraft and use the ladies, because Amelia had one. Oh, that's frustrating, Brian. So 24, 25, 6 hours 43 to go. Oh, so you went with Intel. It's a real shame it's been a pain for you, Brian. Sorry about that. ESPN. Let me try to remove the original things. Yeah, Brian's been having all sorts of trouble with his. But some of these, you know, faster running memories, you do really have to be so very careful with compatibility. I recall on my first Karachi exit, I asked where the bar was, followed directions, and it was a chocolate bar. Oh, lovely. But did you partake, and was it good? And if not, did you find a bar? How are we doing? Still good. Remember, guys, if you're still flying and have been with us all this time, make sure you take a break. Stretch your legs. Belbro, hello. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. Thank you for popping in. Yeah, but Brian, that it's sometimes it can come down even to the actual part numbers, because you can have like it shouldn't do, but you can have like HyperX Furies that are a part number and HyperX Furies that are a different part number. And it can even boil down to silly things like that. It's crazy. No flying at the moment for me, just lurking whilst I cook for the kids. Well, I hope you're cooking something lovely, and you and the kids have a really nice dinner tonight, Belpro. How you doing? You all right? Glass of water for you. I've got Ribena. I haven't had Ribena for ages, and I had some the other day, and it's now the only thing I can drink. Right, so they're matched as well. Oh my crikey. A matched 4-pack. Because I bought 2 packs of 2, and I was lucky they're all running full speed. I guess that's a question. Do each 2 pairs work on their own? But can you put 2 sticks of vengeance, any 2 sticks, and or is it 2 sticks specifically? Because it could be. Well, what you probably want to do is run mem test on them anyway, right? Put 2 in and run mem test. Take those 2 out and put the others in on their own and run mem test. Yeah, it's way harder than it ever used to be. 1 stick is... Oh, right. Because they're matched, if one's dead, the other... Yeah, they definitely won't work. Because you can't have 3. That's why only 2 are showing up then. If each stick... If 3 of the 4 work, there's that 4th one that's knackered it. Oh, a diabolic sauce. That sounds good. Diabolic sauce. What's in a diabolic sauce, Belbro? That sounds delish. Is it like a hot and spicy one? Steak with diabolic... Doesn't that sound good, everybody? Steak with diabolic sauce. I have. I've had all sorts of things go wrong with Intel. Dangerous Brian. Yes, Belbro, yeah, we're going for the 1700-mile one today. About 10 and a half hours. We've got 6 hours 37 minutes to go. We've been going for about 4 hours and 4 minutes. We're still off the coast of Arabia, a little bit further out than we were earlier. I'm personally, the only thing I've got overclocked on this is my RAM, but only because I'm using XMP Profile 1. I haven't done anything else to it. My graphics card is overclocked out of the box by the manufacturer, and I've just set it to manual for now, so it's not doing anything crazy. Welcome back, Annalisa. You know, if it runs fine, why I mean, you know, and you know, if you're doing competitive overclocking, that's fine. But I just want to try and simple tomatoes and mustard and lots of spices. Oh, that sounds lovely. Yeah, quite a few hours to go. We will have lots of numbage bottoms by the time we're finished. We had some epic wind over the mountains as we came across. Dougal is, that's probably very, I mean, by me turning mine to manual, it's literally not overclocking it, it's just standard. So I guess I'm underclocking it just at the moment, but I get, you know, nearly 60 clouds, because Super Typhon's written wettage cloudage, and I was like, brain. Yeah, some wet clouds ahead now. And absolutely right, no risking components at the moment. I mean, I was uber lucky to get this 6800 XT, this Radeon. It's not just it's not just England high, it's a whole team here. I have to keep putting them in. And I've not even been drinking like Murph was last night. Crikey. Yeah, very much Mervaz. Very, very much so. I mean, right now, you know, as I'm looking at my sim, my GPU is it's clocked out at 100% at the moment. My CPU is 22%. My RAM is 35%, and my video RAM is only 57%. But my CPU is running at like 3.6 gigahertz. So I'm hoping that when we get to I think I did. I'm hoping that DX12 will make it better. I mean, to be fair, I'm sorry, Brian. We will get there with you. We will get you there. We'll chat tomorrow. Let's look at these numbers and these part numbers and stuff. And let's see if I can help you. Well, when I say I can help you, I'll get Laura, who's brilliant at this stuff, to help out. Okay, 1 gallon till change tanks. Yeah, absolutely. Nothing is more frustrating than getting new kit and it not working. Shortbreaded. Oh, are you eating shortbread, Annalisa? Well, Catbat, have you got shortbread? Who's eating shortbread, and why aren't you sharing it? So, should be tracking 62. What am I actually tracking? Ugh. 1 degree off. It's like when I was meant to be having breakfast this morning. Laura said, "Well, what do you want on your what do you want on your pancakes?" And I said, "Oh, I'll come out in a minute." And she went. I said, "I'm just doing something." And she went, "You're ponцing about with aircraft stuff." And she was right. I was actually looking at the Seneca Pilot's Operating Handbook. Oh, shortbread. Oh, shortbread is wonderful. Yeah, we will get there. It will all get there. Chocolate orange chip cookies. Oh, that would be awesome. I've been naughty today already. I've had some dark chocolate M&S Leibniz type biscuits. They were nice. And I've had a filled chocolate muffin. That was lovely. And I have lots of finger food for later that will be delivered at some point this evening, so I can munch while we fly. But please, guys, if you need your jab day, I actually feel quite good at the moment, apart from my arm. It's very sore, but hopefully it won't do too bad. I mean, I was pretty rough after 6 hours last time, and I've done I've done just over 7 hours, so doing all right. Yes, I did. Same arm. Because I'm right-handed, and I don't know about you guys, but if you've had your COVID jabs and you've had the Zeneca one, my arm was sore for quite some time after, and I'm right-handed, so I didn't really want it in my right one. Oh no, Dougal. I'm sorry to hear that. Was that like a reaction with your medications and your treatments? Well, Bort Panda has been wonderful. Do you know, I tell her she always thinks about me. Because she knew that I was having my vaccination today, she's bought ice cream in case I felt rubbish. How nice is that? I've bought you ice cream to cheer you up. I'm not even unhappy yet. Yeah, I'm sorry, Dougal. Yeah, I did, Drake. On my first one, I felt really bad, but after 6 hours, I had a fish finger sandwich, and that was about as much as I could do. And then I went to bed, and then I didn't go to work the next day. I felt so rough and so tired and exhausted. At least I've had it today. If I wake up in the morning and I feel like poo, at least I can just lie in bed, right? Fish finger sarnies are wonderful. They are. There are two things that I often go to if I'm not feeling very well. Big Sandhog, thank you for the follow and welcome along. Thank you for joining us today on leg 18 of my Amelia Earhart memorial flight. We've got another 6.5 hours to go. I've been going for about 4 hours now. We're skirting the coast of Arabia. It's over there somewhere because we weren't allowed to fly over it. And we're headed towards the Baluchistan coast of Gwadar before we turn southeast towards Karachi, which was in British India back in 1937. And I'm joined by the Fireflies. We've got Goblin Zeus, Kazaki Flyer, Catbat 9, Stairway to Bacon, Draco Core, Dangerous Brian, Copa Pete, Dougal McTavish. No, Big Sandhog, not now, because basically back in 1937 there was nothing other than she was using radio. She wasn't even using Morse code. She was using celestial navigation. So she had a navigator in the back of her aircraft using literally sextants to work out where they were going. And they used only VHF or UDF radio frequencies. So neither Amelia or Fred Noonan were qualified in Morse code. So I'm for my route, I'm cheating a little bit because I do have the GPS, but I'm not using ATC or anything like that because it just wasn't there. You know, when you're looking at things like the charts that they had back in 1937, for example, this is the Assab chart. That's your Jefferson chart of back in the day. It just basically has that it's a military aerodrome, what its longitude and longitude value was, and what altitude the airport was. That's it. That's all they had. And I think I've got the Karachi one here as well. No, that's the info sheet. Where's my Karachi chart? Karachi chart. The Karachi chart's a little bit better because it was British held, so the British held a lot more information on it. But still, pretty darn basic and hand drawn. And that's a customs declaration for the maps that they will use for the next part of the journey at nil cost. But as you can see, they're pretty basic and rudimentary. While they flew across Africa, maps were basically non-existent. Fred Noonan thought, Fred Noonan said that flying across Africa was harder than flying across the Atlantic because there was no features, nothing that they could. 20. Sperry, you're right on the numbers, Sperry. So Sperry was the name of the autogyropod. So Amelia Earhart in her Electra back in 1937 had an autopilot. So I'm in the Mooney M20 Ovation. Normally I would have a special livery that was inspired by the Electra 10E Special, but because at the moment the sim makes people stutter if you've got a custom livery, I can't fly it. So I'm in the Mooney M20R. In 2017, a Mooney M20R actually flew the route that Amelia flew. It was specially modified to have a 200-gallon tank in the fuselage, which gave it a range of over 3,003 nautical miles. In the sim, I can only have 95 gallons or 90 gallons at a time. So what I'm having to do is sadly refuel every 90 odd gallons. But I will not use more than 200 gallons. It should 200 that 3,003 nautical miles should see us through every part of the journey, and we will be landing on Howland Island. Jefferson 2001 has created a special POI in sim on that island for us and has actually recreated the Earhart light as it was in 1939, and also put a board on the beach that is there today, and we will all land there and pay honour to her, and then we will complete her flight. So I'm trying to do it in real time-ish, real weather-ish, as far as I can make it, based on the diaries, meteorological reports that it has been reported about her flight. Streamer question: does everyone basically use OBS to stream, or do they use the PC, Xbox? So I use Streamlabs OBS for my streaming. It's tried, tested, and relatively simple to use. And I also use a Stream Deck for doing all my scenes and photos, like, you know, the telegram that she sent to George Putnam when she got to Karachi, which reads, estimate 1 week Karachi to Leh, love. Obviously George Putnam was her husband, so she was estimating it would take her a week to get from Karachi in India to Leh in Papua New Guinea. It took longer than that because of the monsoons. So, you know, pressing the Stream Deck allows me to bring things up like my little nav maps and things like that. So the NVIDIA stuff works. It's very rudimentary. The AMD stuff works. It's rudimentary. Doesn't allow me to create the sources that I would like to. Me too. I've got Graves' disease. Yeah, because actor. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Draco. Yeah. The Xbox PC, it works, but I mean, OBS itself is open source and totally free. So, you know, if you're only doing it for fun, then OBS is absolutely fine. Oh, Annalisa, you've subscribed again. 3 months. Thank you, darling. That's really kind of you. Thank you. My super special Annalisa with a 3-month subscription. Thank you, darling. And if you ever need a session on how to use OBS, Draco, happily talk you through that. Can we have some hype for sub-hype for Annalisa for resubscribing? That's really kind of you, darling. Annalisa is our Two-Tone Murphy's famous dancer. Thank you, darling. Yeah, OBS is really good. You can and you can buy, you can buy scenes for it. I mean, obviously the one I've got, I use as part of my Streamlabs OBS subscription. But I can get unlimited different types of scenes and transitions, and I guess I get my merch store with it, and it's really good. I could probably get along just with OBS on its own now, but I actually found Streamlabs OBS as a beginner streamer something that was quite easy to use. And I've also got a Wave 3 mic and using the Wavelink software to create an audio mix. Yeah, Fraps. Do you know, I bought Fraps when it came out as well. I used to make I used to record Star Wars Galaxies PvP battles when I played on Chimera Europe, and I was on the Imperial side. Ooh. Is it me or is it foggy? Is everyone else foggy, or is it? It's just I was in a cloud. Oh, well, that was like, where's everyone gone? I thought it was my screen had gone. I thought my graphics were dying on me. I was like, why is it just grey? Oh, it's because I was yakking away, hadn't noticed I'd flown into a bloody cloud. So, best way, get OBS, mate, because it has a recording function as well. So it doesn't just stream, you can actually just use it to record. So you can set everything up and record on it. And then you can just go, you can actually just export it to YouTube. It's also very, very good. Look at my lovely people flying along with me. You are special stars. Flying all this way, all of the time. It was a happy little cloud. So happy I hadn't noticed I'd flown into it. And I was like, oh, was my graphics about to crap out? It was like, no, don't. No, it's a cloud. SWG was an incredible good game, but terribly flawed. You're right. Well. Hey, Kian, welcome back. I think pretty much everyone does. I mean, there is XSplit. There are, even Twitch has got its own variant of it now, which is free. But obviously it's pretty much just for streaming. Wondershare editing software. Yeah, so I've got all of the Adobe tools. So I have access to Premiere and After Effects and things like that. I'm not actually very good at it, but my other half might be better than me. So, like I say, we are buying a Tesla. We hope to get one later this year or early next year when they're available. And we will be doing some road trips in the Tesla and videoing it and cutting it and sharing it. So, Annalisa has gifted a tier 1 sub to Kian Lafford. She has now gifted 6 subs to everybody in the channel. Thank you, Annalisa, and welcome to the flight crew, Kian, and I hope you enjoy your gift sub from Annalisa. Can we have some sub hype for the wonderful Annalisa? Because she's a star. Mad Bird's Driving. Yeah, so, well, yeah, we haven't quite decided on a name yet, but Mad Bird's Driving might be about right. Botip, hello. How you doing? Lovely to see you. Mad Bird's driving, that might be a bit better than Mad Bird flying. But 20 and 24. I'm hoping you're having a great Saturday. We are four hours, 25 minutes into the flight. We've got another 6 hours to go. I'm hoping at some point I'll unlock some more because I've got some lovely ones to add. Like I've got an alley rage one. There has to be an alley rage one. I don't do it very often, but occasionally. Alley rage, yeah. I'll share it with you later on over tomorrow on Discord, Annalisa, so you can see it. It's quite funny. I have a ripped one, an RIP one. After some of my landings, I needed one of those. No, it's more like alley rage. Yeah. Because I'm known to throw things at people. Like tax legislation. Oops. It was in my dark past, but alley snap, like pretty much, except I lob a great big fat book. It was like that fat. I threw it down a corridor at someone who had really pissed me off. And I caught him on the back of the head, so... That was back in the 80s when you could be an arsehole. When women had big shoulders and men had red braces. Every accountant had red braces for some unknown reason. Oh, it was totally not right, looking back on it, but it completely ruined a case that we'd got. In America, they're called suspenders. You know, the stuff that holds your trousers up, the elasticated things that... In the UK, suspenders are not braces. Suspenders are ladies' underwear in the UK. So many things in America are named really weird. Yeah, you know. It's like super bra straps. Do not ping ladies' bra straps. They really hurt. Yeah, and fanny packs. Who on earth thought that the backside was called a fanny? That's definitely not the backside in Britain. That's the other side. You know, sort of an American go, hey, you've got a big fanny. It's like, that will end up with you being Glasgow kissed. That would lead to alley rage. Thank you for the follow, Yoskill. You caught us at the wrong moment. Say that here and everyone will laugh. Or punch you. Oh, a Glasgow kiss is a headbutt. A Glasgow kiss. Yeah, it's like saying things like, because they use elevator. Lift means something completely different in America. Thank you, Kian. Glasgow kisses, yeah, absolutely. When an elevator is a tail wing, absolutely, Super Typhon. It was rough, I'm sure it was. Yes, Sauchiehall Street was a lot worse back in the day than it is today. And why is it a restroom? What a good question. I don't know why it's called a restroom. Oh, yeah, the aerolite. Yeah, it's not built for aerobatics, Milwaz. It absolutely will just rip apart. I mean, if you look above you, it's only got one of those like plastic rucksack clips holding the wings together. And have you noticed, also in America, the loo doors do not go all the way to the ground? What's that all about? In the UK, our doors go all the way to the bottom. And they have a thing on to say that they're in use. It's really strange. And then the door doesn't all go all the way to the roof. I mean, it's like, you know, if you were quite tall, you could look over the top. It's really weird. Yeah, it's not very bad. Yeah, I need privacy for the few moments I'm in there doing my business. Get in, wash my hands, and go. You know. No one likes to hang around in those places, but. Everyone walks on the sidewalk, right? Well, if they walk on the sidewalk. Well, there we go. Kian Lafford with the answer. The term restroom derived from the fact that in early 1900s through to the middle century, upscale restaurants, theatres and performing facilities would often have comfortable chairs located within a room directly or adjacent to the actual toilet and sink facilities, and apparently not stolen from Google. Very cool. And I guess in some cases today there still are some chairs in them. Some of the restrooms I've been to. They definitely had some in Vegas. So we're still off the coastline of Arabia. We're currently southwest of Salalah Airport. We will be flying over a little island in a little while as well. Well, a little while, it's quite a long way away. So, yeah, we're doing quite well there. Which hotel did I stay in Vegas? The Mirage. And if I went back, I'd probably stay at the Wynn or the Encore. I actually really liked Vegas. "40 days until you're in Vegas, and then you're driving south to Laughlin." Oh, very nice. Very nice indeed. We went there a couple of years back now for Laura's 50th birthday. We went shooting machine guns, we took helicopter flights to the Grand Canyon, went to the Hoover Dam, took a load of shows in, had lots of cocktails, went to see Postmodern Jukebox, which was really, really fun. Oh, the Red Rock Resort. That is, I didn't get there this time, but we want to get out there next time. PMJ are brilliant, they absolutely are. You did just hear Postmodern Jukebox, PMJ. Yeah, I'm a fan. I am an absolute fan. And we saw them while they were in residency in Vegas. They were at 10 Oak, which is inside the Mirage. So, and I did have tickets to see them last year at the Sage Gateshead, but obviously that was all cancelled. But they are hopefully their tour will still go ahead this year, but it's been postponed till October this year. Yeah, Postmodern Jukebox. If you've never heard of Postmodern Jukebox, they take modern music and they turn it back into swing, jazz, classics and 50s. It's absolutely amazing. Is the Hoover Dam good? Yes. It's an incredible thing to see, Annalisa, especially as it's so it's very Art Deco. It's an impressive achievement to see it. Went on a Toft. It was good. Went down to see the engine rooms and everything. It's incredible. But what was more incredible was when we flew out to the Grand Canyon, because we landed actually down in the canyon in an Indian reserve that was specially allowed, and we had lunch there. We had like a snack and lunch there with some champagne and everything. But flying over it in the helicopter was incredible, and over Lake Mead and everything, really, really cool. But seeing it and walking, I'm not brilliant with heights, but it was fantastic. Especially how they built it, because if they were building it in blocks, almost like Lego, and the reason they were building in these blocks was they were continually pouring the concrete. It would have taken something like 150 years or 200 years to cool down, so they built it in blocks that cooled quicker. Incredible. It is an amazing thing to see. And I'm glad that they've done it up in the sim since. Yeah, very much so. And of course, as you go halfway across the bridge, you've got Nevada on one side, and Arizona on the other side. Yeah, absolutely. Share them. Kazaki Flyer. Haley Reinhart. You met Haley Reinhart. When I saw it, when I saw them, they had obviously Ariana Savalas was there. She was the MC. That's Telly Savalas' daughter. I'm not going to get his name right. Oh, he was incredible. What was his name? He did a U2 cover, and then they had they had Jacqueline McFadden as well, who did Every Breath You Take. And if you look up Jacqueline McFadden, Postmodern Jukebox Las Vegas, Every Breath You Take, her voice is incredible. Honestly, it's absolutely brilliant. I can't remember the other chap. He was just so enthusiastic. Sorry, not McFadden, McSpadden. Jacqueline McSpadden. Oh God, who were you? My brain's gone. Postmodern Jukebox. You too. Because I can't remember. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Was that Rogelio Douglas Jr. He was superb. He was superb. So. Oh, that bridge is scary. The Pat Tillman Bridge. That is really scary. It's so high. Jab Brain, absolutely. Anyway, Rogelio, he was fantastic. If you've not seen it, go and watch it. Anyway, they're incredible. If you ever get to see them live, they are fantastic. And Puddle's Pity Party? He's good as well. The Sad Clown. Right, 2020, change tanks to the left. We are 5 hours 50. We're sub 6 hours now. Still here with the Fireflies, still flying from Assab to Karachi, 15th of June 1937. Reproduced in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 by myself and the Fireflies of Two-Tone Murphy's Flying Circus. Flying along 1,700 miles we're going to do today in just over 10 hours. And so we're skirting the coast of Arabia, which is just over there. Full flight ETA is 10 hours 10 minutes. Oh, I beg your pardon. Thank you very much, guys. That's what I get because I yak too much. Oh, it's a shame. But if you ever do get the chance, they are brilliant. They are brilliant. So the route today is Hotel Hotera Sierra Bravo to Oscar Papa Kilo Charlie. We will be landing on runway 7L in 5 and a bit hours. Well, I hope you're not too bored with me yakking about Amelia and flying and music and all the crazy stuff we love to do. I do like my music. Incredibly eclectic music tastes. Yeah, from my younger days where I played classical and then did drum and bugle corps, where we did classic and modern music but to drum and bugles. So anything from classical all the way through to heavy rock. I can't quite get behind the super heavy rock that Bort Panda likes. I mean, she's Swedish, so she likes all this like Nordic death opera metal stuff. Music makes makes me goosebump when it's really good music. Oh, she listens to some crazy stuff. I've lived a relatively interesting life, I guess. I do go Bork Bork. So her nickname is Bork Bork Panda because the Swedish chef goes Bork de Bork Bork, right? Bork de Bork, Bork de Bork. So we called her Bork. That was what we. So everyone in this house has got a nickname. My nickname's actually Bunyip because it's named after the nightmare vision from Aboriginal nightmares. Laura's is Snack Monkey because she basically eats snacks and is a code monkey. We can change that to Smut Monkey because she can make even the most simple things really naughty.
I'm sorry.
Is that the coast ahead? There's a bit of coast ahead. It sort of curves out towards us. So, but she's a code monkey. She's a developer of many, many years. So we intermingle that one, or it's just monkey. And we do know where the Dougal comes from, don't we, Zebedee? Boing. The magic roundabout. Still loved the magic roundabout when I was a little Alison. I didn't understand that they were all high on weed and stuff like that, but they pretty much were when they wrote that program. Your nickname was Speech. Where did Speech come from? Absolutely, Annalisa. So yeah, we've all got nicknames. So Bork Bork, Bork Bork Panda. It's pronounced Spesh. Oh, okay. Spesh. Now I've got it. I'm sure I've had many other nicknames in the past, none of which I could probably repeat on stream. There is a door. Oh, my word. If only I could move the camera. Can I move the camera and show you my messy, horrible bed? But over there on the bed, a tray of food has turned up. And it looks to be sausages, pasties, king prawns, and all sorts of nices. The Bork Bork delivery service, absolutely. She's really good. Oh, it smells so good. I might have to, in a minute, have a bite of something. I always get told off because I leave it until after the stream. So what is everyone having for dinner? Because obviously I've got little mini pasties, little mini posh dogs by the looks of it, and other bits and pieces. I was also known as Dubby Dubby? Doobie Doobie? Is that right? Doobie Doobie? Oh, I'm sorry, Brian. Chicken Madras for Katie? Oh, Toad in the Hole. I mentioned it. Toad in the Hole. Oh, I love Toad in the Hole. Yeah, but so we do have some coast. We are skirting quite close to it, but we still got quite a way to go before we fly over the islands. Rice and sabha lentils. Ooh. Oh, Annalisa, I must come over to Ireland and teach you some cookage. Obviously, I don't cook when I'm flying and everything because the Bork Bork looks after me, but maybe Chinese. No Indian deliveries. Thank you, Kazaki. Oh, boiling of the eggs though, Annalisa. It still sounds like a challenge. I bet I could make you cook up a storm. A nice simple storm, but nonetheless. Some nice cloudage out here today. All I can really cook is breakfast and Mexican food. Maybe make some SOS, but I'm the only one who would eat it if I don't make it. Oh, one thing in the UK we don't have is good Mexican. We absolutely don't have good Mexican out here. I love it when I go to the States and can eat proper Mexican. You certainly do. Spaghetti and French beans. Okay. Red beans and rice. Yes. Yes, there are some funny names out here, absolutely. So 5 hours, 48 minutes to go. Sorry, Bossip. Yeah, we got onto food because, well, it's 7 o'clock nearly here in the UK. I will turn off the camage in a bit and have a quick bite to eat as we fly. And I'll turn the mic off so you don't hear me crunching away. But I will need some food today, especially if I've had my jab, so... Pre-9/11 we sailed down from Baja on the west coast of Mexico, and the fool was to die so, I bet. In which James Bond film is Baja mentioned? In a slightly condescending way. Yeah, we don't want hangry, do we? Anyway, go on, have a quick... Kazaki Flyer in with Diamonds Are Forever. That's absolutely right. Baja? I don't have anything in Baja. Yep. Diamonds Are Forever. Willard White exclaiming to James Bond. I do like that sort of stuff though. If you try to order in authentic, it's like that chap who goes around Manhattan speaking perfect Mandarin. You know, he'll ask them what's good in the what's good in English, and then they'll point at things, and in the end he'll then start ordering in absolutely perfect Mandarin, and all of the people in the restaurant are like, oh, but it's really good. They are really cool. Xiaoma? I think so. MFSS won't load now. Give me 5. I'm going to get the old PC back and run. Oh, I'm so sorry, Brian. You are having a Xiaoma NYC. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's brilliant, right? I need to do a quick hop over the back seat. Oh, wrong version. Wrong button. No buttons. Alison, you're pressing buttons. I meant to press my webcam off. Sorry. It's very good too. But Button madness, button madness. I will be right back. I do need to hop over to the ladies' room. Be right back. Buttonage. Is that buttonish like in French? Buttonage. Right, how are we doing? 17 on the left, 20 on the right. Need to change it a bit. So it's actually onion rings, chicken tenders, posh dogs, looks like some samosa type things, and some mini pasties. Yep, you must tell him. Land over and get some samosa. Sorry about the foodage chattage, guys. And the chattage interrupt us while I'm eating some. In French, boutonnage, meaning the manner to close a cloth with buttons. Well, would you credit it? So, we've been speaking French all this time with buttonage, boutonnage. That's pretty close. Got my MRI scan next week, see if this goddamn awful truck. Oh, fingers crossed there, Dougal. I really hope that's good. Yeah, I'm quickly eating. That's why Sperry is doing the flying right now. So, it's frittata or tortilla, depending on whether you're Spanish or Italian. Is that right? Is that the one? Frittata? It's like the eggs, potatoes, and like a Spanish omelette. Welcome back, Brian. So I think if your mother was Italian, it would be a frittata, and if your mother was Spanish, it would be a tortilla. Almond. It's not almond, it's almond. 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 Oh, do you know what? It might be almond. Almond, almond, almond. Toasted almonds. Almonds, almonds, but pronounced almond. Jo, i svensk Amandel. There goes Bork because she's contrary. Exactly, because you're contrary. It's not almond or almond, it's mandel. That coastline, that's weird, isn't it? It's almond. If anyone says there will be consequences, you tell them, Kian. It probably is. It is. Yes. I think we're in. Are we in Oman now? Yes. We are not far from Sadar. So Sadar is on our left. And Hadbeen is over there as well. Oh, I hear people doing things while I'm reading stuff. Oh, Stairway to Bacon, you are a star. Stairway to Bacon has gifted 5 subs, tier 1 subs to Dalmasont, Captain Jack Lyle, Evan 6011959, Captain Butters, and Anime Birder. Can I have some sub hype in the channel for Stairway to Bacon? Thank you so much, my friend. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Hope you all enjoy your little subs to my channel and enjoy your super Ali emotes. More to come as we get more followers and subscribers. But that's brilliant. Thank you so much. That's really kind. Rogers RC is in the house as well. Welcome. Sorry I missed you for a moment. I had foodage in my gobbage. So that I don't get tolded offage by not eating my foodage. We absolutely do, yeah. It's probably going to take some time for me to be to get anywhere near a partner. To be fair, Stairway to Super Typhon. You know, I average around about 50 people per stream. You need to be averaging 75 a stream over 30 days. So it's quite a lot to do, especially as I only do it one day a week at the moment. So maybe one day. It's not something I'm personally gunning for. So if I get there, I get there. If I don't, I don't. But it's just brilliant that we've actually got such a great little following already after just 18 weeks, you know. I can't remember where we were. We were close to 360 earlier today in terms of followage. That absolutely edge has gone into common parlance, right? I needed to do that one, really. That one there. 369, so nearly 370. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool indeed. Yeah. I'm very surprised. Food is important. Yeah, I normally, Roger RC, I normally get told off. They bring all my food up and then I leave it until after the stream. Thank you for following Roger RC. Thank you very much. That's really kind of you. Welcome to the flight crew. We've got another 5.5 hours to go yet, guys. We've been going for about 5 hours and 9 minutes. Oh, crikey. Dintarian, hello and good afternoon. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for popping in and joining us. Apologies for any misspeaking. I've just wolfed down a bit of food and now I'm suffering a little bit because I eat too quick. We are on leg 18 of the Amelia Earhart round the world flight. We are flying between Assab in Eritrea, and we're heading to Karachi, what was British India in 1937. Skirting the coast of Arabia because Amelia wasn't allowed to fly over the land. So it's around about 1,700 miles, give or take today. 10 hours, 20 roughly, we think we'll be en route. Oh, I'm whacking away, and I forgot to change tanks. So yeah, we had 14,068 miles to go from wheels up this morning out of our 28,800 that we're doing over the entire journey. And this is our route today, where we're skirting the coast of Arabia. We're sort of coming up towards Oman now, before we then cut across to Gwadar in Balochistan, and then head southeast into Karachi. But we have 5.5 hours to go as far as that's concerned. The entire flight that we're flying is all around the world, starting in Oakland down to Burbank to Tucson to New Orleans to Miami to San Juan in Puerto Rico down to Mataran in Venezuela. It was Carapito, but there's no airport there now. Then down from Mataran to Paramaribo in Suriname, Paramaribo to Fortaleza in Brazil, all the way over to Natal, then Natal all the way over to St. Louis in Senegal, St. Louis to Dakar, then Dakar to Fort Lamy, Fort Lamy to El Fasher, El Fasher to Khartoum, Khartoum to Assab, and now we're flying all the way from Assab on the Red Sea all the way over to Karachi, which was the last record-breaking flight that Amelia undertook, and sadly she didn't even realise at the time it would be her last one, but she became the first person to fly directly from the Red Sea all the way over to Karachi. Oh my god, thank you for the follow. Blitz the Amazing Banana, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Get rid of my map while I'm flying out here. Thank you for following. We are recreating the route of Amelia Earhart's 1937 flight around the world, and we're headed today to Karachi. It's a bit windy out, surrounded by the fireflies of the two-tone Murphy Flying Circus. We have some good names. That's a good one. We've also got Stairway to Bacon in the room today. Kaisro, can I tell you how to use the autopilot? I probably can, but probably not really the flight for it, because this is already set up for my flight. But basically, it's you've got two ways of navigating: GPS or through radio navigation using Nav1, Nav2. We're currently using GPS at the moment just because that's how I've bummed my route in, and it allows me to talk and stream. You can set your flight plan. Your flight plan will show in here. It will show you all of your locations that you've planned in. I can't remember if this does down or not. Do I drag that now? It's not going to let me. Down. Or is it a turn curve? Is it turns? Oh, I can't remember how to turn down now. Oh, it's because I've not got the 530 mod in. You set up your flight plan. You set it all up in your and you literally set your autopilots to navigation, and it will follow that. If you're doing VLOC or location services using navs, you program these into your nav channels. So you pick basically radio stations that you navigate to and from, and on certain radials. But it's pretty straightforward. The VOR stuff's much more complicated. I'm certainly going to be doing a series of videos on how to do VOR navigation that I will put up on YouTube. I haven't finished it yet. I've probably done 3 of the videos so far. But it'll be showing you how to do basic navigation from point A to point B, how to find where you are at any point, and how to do dead reckoning, how to find yourself on a particular point, and all that good stuff, and then how to fly ILS and all that good stuff. And also the autopilots also depend on what aircraft you're using, because they're all different. I don't have an instrument license. I only had a VFR one. However, I've learnt how to use the instruments from all of my pilot books. I've got instrument navigation books and study guides. But it's relatively straightforward to learn, she says. So, Kaiser, if you're in the 152, it doesn't actually have an autopilot. So the Cessna 152 does not have an autopilot. It uses radio navigation to guide you from place to place. Other than that, you do VFR flying, where you use maps to use roads, railways, rivers, visual reference points to get you from A to B. So, I mean, I can grab my map and show you. It's not going to be very good because the sun's in my eyes, but if I turn on my webcam. So, if you're flying and you want to know how to get somewhere, you have to have one of these unwieldy things. It's called a map. And basically these maps have all of your locations on that you want to fly in, and you need maps for all of the areas you're in. So for example, this is my map of my area, and can you imagine when you're in an aircraft trying to unfold this, you have to have it folded before you get it out. But basically it has all of the locations on that you're looking for. It has all of the airport information on it, and you can see all of the roads, all of the visual reference points, and you basically go looking for them. And then you work out how long it's going to take you to get from one visual reference point to another, and then you use your stopwatch either in your aircraft or on your VR sectionals. Yeah, absolutely. You either have a stopwatch on you or use the one in the aircraft. So the one in the aircraft, in this particular aircraft I'm flying today, is over here. So you've got your modes over here, so you can go and put it on a timer, and if you get to a visual reference point, you then press the starter, and if you know it's going to take you 10 minutes to get to the next one, you keep an eye on your timer, and then you see where you're going. Have I used VR yet? I absolutely have, and I have an HP Reverb G2. So in the 152, the answer is no. There is no easy way of holding an altitude or a heading other than trimming your aircraft. So the key to straight and level flight and also controlled turns is about knowing how to get your aircraft trimmed out. So once you're on once you've got your aircraft straight and level, and you know how to trim, you can take your hands off of the controls, and your aircraft will pretty much fly itself. So if you're trying to climb, that you've got to know about power, attitude, trim. So one of the things that people forget is that when you're flying an aircraft, your throttle does not control your speed. Your throttle controls your pitch. Sounds bizarre, right? But if you put your throttle full in, what happens? Your aircraft nose eventually climbs, and you climb and climb and climb. If you take your power all the way back, your nose eventually will drop and you will go down. When you go up, so by changing your attitude and pitching your nose up, what happens to your speed? Your speed comes down. And if you pitch the attitude down, what happens to your speed? You get faster. So your pitch controls your speed, your throttle controls your attitude controls your speed, your pitch, your propeller, your throttle controls your pitch. And then it's about, so if you're flying along, if you're going to go up, you always taught power, attitude, trim. So you put your power in, you hold your yoke as much as you can, altitude, and then as the nose starts to rise, you then trim the aircraft out to the feet per minute that you want to fly up. So roughly you're wanting to climb up, around about 500 feet per minute, around about sort of 80-90 knots in a Cessna. But you trim it out, and then you can let go. Every 500 feet you need to check your oil to make sure, because obviously when you're changing and flying upwards, your engine is your oil's in a sump at the bottom of the engine. So you need to make sure you're not overheating when you're going up. So every 500 feet of altitude you climb, you need to check. The other 500 feet you need to check for oncoming aircraft above you and below you. Once you get to the top of your climb, you level it out, and then so you change your attitude, and at that point you get your altitude, then you change your pitch, and then you trim, and then you basically fly straight along. So it's PAT for going up, and then it's APT for level and descent, or going level. So again, when you want to go down, you would pull back your throttle, hold the nose until it drops, trim it, and then you basically you can descend, around about 60 knots in a 152. You can come down. Well, obviously I've got my Queen of the Skies t-shirt on here, which is a Cessna 152, which is one of my favorite aircrafts. It's the aircraft I learned to fly in. but it's all about learning how to trim. Arctic Turn, hello, good afternoon, good morning to you now. How are you doing, my friends? I hope you had a good sleep after your long stream today. You're very welcome, Kaisero. I mean, you know, if you join us over on Two Tone Murphy's Discord and you want me to show you one evening how to fly the 152, I will happily jump on there and show you how to do it. And Two Tone Murphy's Discord is over here. So I have my own Discord, but only for announcing my streams. But I'm always on Two Tone Murphy's Discord. Everybody can really help you if you want to come over. I can jump on a Discord session and show you how to take off, how to keep a nice, perfect ascent, show you how to level off, show you how to descend, and then show you how to do nice, easy, very controlled landings. Thank you for following TT2 Feet. Thank you so much for following. So yeah, the 152 is incredibly, it doesn't have all the toys that the bigger aircraft do, but it is brilliant to learn in. It's slow, it wants to fly. Literally, you know, when you descend, I just pull my throttle back, hold it, and then I literally let the aircraft find its pitch, and then I trim it, and it will literally go down. And Katie UK I was showing her the other day, literally unpowered descent, you can literally take it all the way down with literally no hands on. So it's all about understanding your speeds and your numbers, as well as being able to trim. Because once you trim, I mean, literally, if you go into a turn and you trim, your aircraft will stay in a, if you've got it in a nice stabilized turn, it will turn and turn and turn without any movement, as long as you've trimmed it properly. If you're going straight along, you can trim it and let go, and it will do everything. So you don't need the autopilot. I'm doing it because I'm trying to talk to people, explain to people, press buttons and everything. It becomes a little bit overcomplicated. But when I fly normally, I tend to fly VOR to VOR and use maps. I try to do the VOR navigation as far as. Astro Liam, thank you for the follow. I'm so sorry. I forget. I must have missed you. But thank you so. Oh, there you are. Thank you so much for following. Well, there are complicated ways of doing it, but it's just really simple. You let the aircraft do the flying. You know, everyone thinks that the throttle is about speed, and it's not. Because if you push an aircraft to full throttle, you won't go full speed. You'll slow down eventually. It'll go faster a bit, but it'll slow down because you're going upwards, and gravity will be that force against you. Because obviously you've got your four forces, right? You've got your thrust, and then you've got drag. So you've got thrust that you want to take you forward, but you've got drag trying to pull you back. You've got lift trying to push the aircraft up, but you've got gravity trying to push the aircraft down. So when you go into a climb, gravity is still pushing down on you. Yeah, it's always throttle, and don't get me wrong, there are points when an aircraft needs throttle. So if you're looking at, jet engines that need to do, togas or takeoffs and go-arounds, you've got a toga button for a reason, because it gets the aircraft into takeoff speed, or tells the autopilot to get it into a takeoff speed and everything. So, but I'm not a jet flyer. Can you be my new physics teacher? Not really, no. I know flight physics, but I don't know about it. What goes up must come down. I guess that's another one, right? It's one of Newton's laws. If an airplane goes up, it will come down. Yes, Kaizo. So, do I fly in real life now? No, but have I? Yes. I don't anymore. I got ill a few years ago, and my medications mean I can't pass a medical. So, flight simming is my thing. I will now flight sim and try and pass off. So, I'm glad you asked me that question. So, I actually have the Bravo, Roger RC, and I now have a trim wheel back. So Oh, where's my other trim wheel gone? It's gone. My other half has hidden it. Has she put it away? Oh, I can't show you my old one. But I had an old Cytec Cessna trim wheel. But now I've got the Bravo throttle quadrant, and it's got a trim wheel on it, so I use that because it's muscle memory for me. An object in motion will remain in motion unless it hits a mountain. Don't say that with Brian in the room. Bork bork. He'll read that as... I was going to say, yeah. A dangerous Brian in motion will remain in motion unless he hits a mountain. You can't say things like that, you naughty bork bork panda. So yeah, Roger RC, on my yoke I've got the trim here for both elevator and rudder. They are uber sensitive, whereas on the, you can't really see it, but just cheat. Look, can I cheat? There we go. So there's the trim wheel there, and it's nice, and it works like a trim wheel on the throttle quadrant, and it's got a nice white bit to know where you are. I must get another camera and point it at my gear. Then we can see. Oh, that's probably not going to sit there now. It's probably going to jump off at some point. Whoop. Bouncy, bouncy. Bouncy, bouncy. Oh, it's a bit fluidy wooidy. What have I done? Have I turned anything off? Yes, I've turned everything off. Press the buttons. I press buttons. And I need to go back, I need to go back from my flight plan because I left that on there. We're over island. I wonder why it's bouncy. We're over islands. I'm bouncing over the island again, aren't I? Boing. Cairo, it does. I have trouble with it because I have a window right in front of me and it's very bright. However, Dougal McTavish, who's also flying with us today, I sent him my Track IR Pro clip and it works fine. I would use it if I was flying, but I can't. I just can't get it to work properly. Which is why when I'm not flying in groups, I will use my VR headset. A pretty crescent moon. Oh yes, there is a crescent moon coming up. Bellbro, you take care. We will catch you later. Yeah, it's quite difficult. You're moving, and it does make people feel a bit seasick. But if you're flying on your own, it works fine. So whilst you're here, Arctic Turn, you missed out on some of the photos we had earlier. So here we go. I'm sharing some photos. So we've got the Karachi info sheet, which basically shows that they did an 860 gallon octane 87 refuel and 90 gallons of oil. All the surface information and directions to the airport and who is the person that was running the ground. She sent a telegram to her husband George Putnam back when she got onto the ground that basically said, I estimate 1 week, Karachi to Leh, love. So that was the only communication she sent to George once she got to India. Considering he was worried that she had got lost, that was pretty slow, pretty small for her to send. What she didn't realise was that they had radioed ahead when she left Khartoum that they were doing the flight there. So from Massawa, they forgot to tell him that they were actually only going to Assab. So when she didn't turn up in Karachi after 10 hours, they started to worry and everything, and then she turned up a day later. So there was that, and then we've got there's Fred with the mechanics. So Fred's on the right hand side of the aircraft, and I was thinking whether that was Amelia, but I'm not sure it is. She may be in there somewhere, but it's quite hard to see that one, where they're working on the aircraft. And then they had a lot of refueling people. Yeah, Kaiser, it works really, really well. I mean, when I have had it working, when I've not had it near a window, it works fine. So there's Fred still on the aircraft, and then you can along this side of the aircraft they had 5 refueling points to fill the tanks in the back of the aircraft. So they had one on the top and then 4 along the side. Because obviously this aircraft could have 1,151 gallons of fuel, all of which had been transported around the world to be there in advance of her getting there. Oil was provided by the Standard Oil Company and was moved around by WASPs, the female aviator group that did a lot of aircraft and cargo transports in World War II, part of a group that Amelia was with. They did a little bit of servicing inside the hangar. I've only got a couple of pictures of the servicing, but they've got a couple of pictures with the nose cone open and engineers working on the WASP engines. So these were the Electra 10A had WASP Junior engines. The Electra 10E had WASP engines. There was no such thing as a WASP Senior. These are some pictures of Amelia and Fred in Karachi. On the top, she sat on the top of the hatch there. So the Electra had a top hatch that she would climb in and out of, and that was easier to get into the cabin than climbing over all of the fuel tanks, which you had to cross basically on your tummy. That's Amelia there on a camel. You can air-to-air refuel in this game, and I just need to change tanks. Amelia went camel riding in Karachi. Changing tanks now, so because I'm going to have to in this game, because this aircraft at the moment only has 90 gallons of fuel. The aircraft that did this flight in 2017 had 200 gallons. So, and that's Fred and Amelia with the aircraft crew. And there she is on her camel, going for her camel trip with Fred. And Fred on the right and Amelia on the left. Fred was not her husband, he was just her navigator. Yes, but there was so what I meant was there never was a WASP Senior. It was just the WASP. But lots of people have written that there was a WASP Senior and there wasn't. It was never known as the WASP. People may have talked about it as the WASP Senior, but it never was named a WASP Senior. Yeah, so you can air-to-air. So you can't air-to-air refuel by using a tanker. You can only cheat. So you'd go in here and you change your fuel here. So at the moment I've got 31% fuel left. I will be changing this up to a full tank again, mainly because I'm simulating the fact that the plane that went round this, it had 200 gallons originally. So I won't use more than 200. But that should give me enough range to get around all of the places I need to do on this journey through the 32 legs that we're doing. What else do I have? I had some charts. So obviously we've got the Karachi charts, which are not quite your, they're hand drawn with your airport information on them, not quite what they are today. And then there was a customs declaration for the a nil cost of provision of maps and printed materials. As I was saying, there's the fuel tanks inside the cockpit. Where Amelia's legs are at the other end is where the cockpit is, and these are all the additional fuel tanks that are in the side. And you can see on the behind Amelia coming down from the fuselage, you can see the pipes going out to the outside of the aircraft, which are the refueling pipes that I was talking about that the crew were using on the outside of the aircraft. Yeah, absolutely. And if you welcome to the whole world by flying in Flight Simulator, and come over and join us on the Two Tone Murphy Discord. And if you get stuck or you have questions, anybody can help you over there, and everyone's really helpful. We even run our own flight school, so that we can help people get to grips with the sim. We have our own sort of base of operations over in Ireland, where we run friendly ATC, so it's not like that sim, but it's allowing people to start using ATC calls to get clearance and fly and arrange for takeoffs and landings. Well done, and welcome to you. Welcome to the Flying Circus. So I've streamed pretty much at the moment only on Saturdays because of the length of the flights that I do. I can't do it during my work week. Two Tone Murphy streams every Monday, Wednesday and Friday. Oh, buttons, wrong buttons. Monday, Wednesdays and Fridays. And you can find Two Tone Murphy over on Twitch on Wednesdays and Fridays, and on YouTube on Mondays. Colonel Falk streams every Tuesday, Thursday and Sunday over on Twitch. And I can be pretty much if I'm not flying on my Saturday streams, you can find me flying with them. So I pretty much fly 7 days a week. Yeah, I know, I'm rubbish with the buttons. Welcome, Leet Gaming. Hey, how are you doing? I hope you're having a great day. I do remember you being in a couple of times. But hey, how you doing? You alright? I hope you're having a good weekend. Biggles5936. Hey, how you doing? We are heading between... oh, crikey, we're off of the coast of Oman at the moment. I guess the nearest airport to us will be Oscar Delta Quebec. I don't know if I'm going to pronounce this right, but it's Dugum, D-U-G-M. We're not too far away. That's to my north. That's about to my 11 o'clock at the moment over there, just beyond that peninsula sticking out. We're heading towards the Balochistan coast to Gwadar.